renegade, on top, renegade, on top, renegade, never been afraid of the great, on top,
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, motherfuckers.
Oh,
yeah.
He's back.
You
back,
motherfucking right, he back.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
How you doing, Kamal?
I'm good, my man. How you doing?
Fuck that shit. I heard you, black bastard, talking shit about me when I was gone.
No.
Fucking, ladies and gentlemen, my co-host.
He's got material, y'all.
Fucking Benedict Franklin over here. I thought he was with me. I thought he was fucking with me the whole time.
I love you, man. I love you. You know what I'm saying?
Him and his fucking co-host over here.
Minister.
Yes. Fucking Reverend Al Roker. This motherfucker right here. Him and fucking Third Good Marshmallow been going in on the guard.
It's written material.
I'm out sick. I'm fucked up.
Yeah, I'm sick.
I'm fucked up. And this goddamn yellow-bellied sapsucker was doing me wrong. Yes. No good. Haul my ass. And then he had a co-host. Fat Lou Rawls. They tried to fucking come in on the guard. I'm back, niggas. I'm fucking back. And ear doctor, you black bastard. Ear doctor. Fuck the ratings.
Check the ratings. That's right.
The ratings was up because y'all thought I was going to be on the motherfucker. People calling me like, Kalonji, what the fuck is going on? They got a fake Ed Lover and Dr. Dre on the bitch. Anyway, the ear doctor putting fucking big wheels up with my face on
damn.
Damn, I thought we was cool.
Hey, man.
You know what I'm saying?
All's fair in love and war.
We missed you, man. We missed you.
Y'all miss me?
You know, a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You know, a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to chill, though. I'm going to chill. These motherfuckers is no good.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, sir.
So,
thank you
in your absence, man, you know, a lot of things have taken place.
A lot of things have taken place.
We got a Patreon page. It's up. It's operating. It's running. You know what I'm saying?
Do we have supporters?
We got some supporters already on our page.
Wonderful.
And as per our commitment to our supporters, we said we give them a shout out.
Okay.
Because if they donated the second tier as Renegades or above, all you cheap motherfuckers, we like the $2. Don't get me wrong. But the $5 and more, they get the shout outs and shit.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, I don't know who donated what. If I find out you donated $2 or 50 cents, I'm going to shout you out.
No. You can't shout them out. That's one of the stipulations. So I want to say thank you to Kai Barrow, who old time friend, a supporter.
Okay.
Who was like, she was down with the Panthers back in the day. She wasn't a member.
Thank you,
but
Pat.
she was with the Panthers and all that kind of stuff. We want to say also thank you to Kazimbe Balagoon.
Kazimbe.
Another supporter, donator, organizer, activist from New York.
Kazimbe's a good dude, man.
He's a great.
Always checking out what we're doing.
That's right. I love that brother. I love that brother.
Salute Kazimbe. What's up?
We also got Serena Primrose.
Serena Primrose.
Yeah. In fact, she's been really helpful with us in terms of the Patreon. So we want to thank her so much. And she also was a donor. Who else we got? We
got my man Gabriel Adeye.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out my brother. You know what I'm saying? He's down with the whole Siafu movement. True. Him. True. We got Nyambe Asantewa putting that big money on the joint.
True that. Thank you.
Salute.
Thank you, sister.
Yes. We appreciate it. And who else we got up on
We got light here, this one?
Samaya Amatula Foster. Samaya Amatula Foster, we appreciate you. Now, I'm going to let y'all know something. Kamal didn't want to read none of y'all names that sound too African.
Look.
He's like, I think Kazimbe's name, even though Kazimbe for like 30
years.
If
it's got more than 3 syllables, I'm going to fuck it up. Everybody knows that. That's why, my name is so simple. It's like Kamal. It's like, I can handle that.
Kamal. Okay. Kamal.
2 syllables. I can do 2 syllables or less.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got it.
So we got a hot show today,
yes,
right?
we do.
We're going to talk about some important topics. We wanted to come back as we near this Thanksgiving break.
Okay.
And talk about a lot of different shit that's going on in the world.
Okay.
As we know, Brother Kalonji was out, and we weren't sure how much he wanted to talk about it at the time.
Okay.
But he had the COVID Karen over here. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. When we get back, how he's feeling, some of the stuff that's going on with the vaccine.
Yes.
People's favorite mayor, David Dinkins.
I'm not getting no fucking vaccine.
Oh, you're not getting that? Yeah, let's talk about that. David Dinkins passed away.
Rest in peace, David Dinkins.
And
first black mayor of New York.
And only black mayor of New York.
Only fucking black mayor of New York.
Some other shit happening in New York related to that. Some stuff around police brutality. We're going to get onto that. Thanks taken. So we're going to talk about that a little bit,
talk about
too.
you rotten motherfuckers who stole the land.
That's right. And then we have this update because this was white boy Kyle Rittenhouse.
Fuck Kyle Rittenhouse.
Fuck Kyle Rittenhouse. And his
big
right
sandwich between 2 slices of bread.
God damn, no.
Heavy on the mayo.
Kalanji's back.
I'm back.
Oh.
I'm back. And fuck Ricky Schroeder too.
Fuck Ricky Schroeder too.
Silver
Silver
spoon.
sucker.
Motherfucker.
Y'all can bleep it out if y'all want to.
goddamn.
But
Okay,
fuck
let's
him.
bleep that one out.
Fuck him.
Fuck him anyway, though.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about that and more on Renegade Culture when we come back. Kalanji's back.
Blackout. He back, bitch.
One, two, three.
The crew is called FTP.
Uh-oh. And if you want to go to the tip top,
Stop the violence in hip hop. Why-oh. Blackout.
Boom.
Renegade Culture in the building. I'm happy to be fucking back.
And your name is?
My name is the mighty Kalonji Tomachenga, the riot starter, alongside
Kamal K. Franklin.
and we're in the building
house.
with
The ear doctor.
and alongside him you can find. Now,
True.
speaking of my man, Minister Server, thank you very much. He took my place for the last couple episodes.
You did a
Y'all
great
talking
job, brother.
Big shit.
Fantastic job.
He's talking. You did a great job.
No, so he's just fantastic.
He- fantastic.
Well,
Oh, brother.
well. Let's just say.
Anyway, shout out to all our people. Again, shout out to the Patreons who are keeping us on the air right now.
And they can, if you want to donate, you can go to Crew Renegade Culture at Patreon. That's Crew Renegade Culture at Patreon to help support our work. So let me jump in real quick. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, so because I want to start and talk about why you was out. Because like for a while we didn't talk about it on the air because we weren't sure what was public and what was not.
Right.
But it was actually a serious fucking condition.
Shout out to Dougie for telling everybody.
I know, but some people got.
We gonna die.
Your brother contracted COVID.
Yes.
And you was out for a couple of weeks, and it wasn't like an easy thing, right? Like it was like suffering. So talk to us a little bit about how you feeling, what you went through, and all that kind of shit, man.
No doubt. So ironically, the last show I was on, we had a Black Republican. Shout out to what's his
Shelly Winters.
Shelly Winters with his low down ass. He happened to snatch his mask off on the joint. Now I'm not saying that bitch motherfucker gave me COVID. But I'm just saying I start feeling bad right about after that shit. So anyway, we talk about that shit and we cracking jokes and all that. But for about 2 weeks straight, I was really fucked up. And at least 2 days, I wasn't quite sure what direction it was going in because of the fact that I had a constant headache, breathing issues, a little bit of everything. And I want to say, we have there's all these myths about COVID, about the sneezing and the coughing. I have none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I had a high temperature and it was definitely a virus. The ill shit about it is it felt like, and different people have had different experiences, I know, but it felt like I wanted to drain all the fluid out my body because it felt like some foreign shit was just going through my body. I'm grateful. Thank you all, those of you that did know about it and sent out your best wishes and all that. And thank you to our homie Dougie who let other people know who shouldn't know. But, it was definitely a rough time. So I just want to say to the listeners, to the viewers, that it's some real shit. I know it's a lot of folks out there saying, it's a conspiracy theory and there ain't no thing and this and that and I don't wear no mask. I don't give a fuck if you wear a mask or not. For the record, I wear masks because of the fact that I want to protect people I love. Mm-hmm. That's the bottom line. You know what I'm saying? So whether I believe in the mask or not, that's irrelevant. I'm old school. I'm like Biggie said, ski mask way the ransom note. Nigga, I prefer that. However, you know what I'm saying? I'm a team player. Yeah. So I'm just saying for the folks out there, man, take precautions, all that, handshaking, hugging motherfuckers, and you don't know how they get down. Yeah. I'm standing next to Kamal because of the fact that sitting here and our crew because we know each other's families and we are clear about how we operate, so on and so forth. So this is not something that you're gonna see with everybody.
And before we come on camera, we're usually masked up. So just to let folks know
before
that.
we even come in this bitch.
Yeah. So
and before you came here, we made sure your paperwork was right.
True that.
Yes. Before we came here, we made sure that the ear doctor's paperwork was right. He just got out of rehab. He's good to go. He's ready.
You are not a Mexican.
Yes.
Barely.
They checked his hormones.
Barely.
And his pronoun is Shim.
Barely.
Is Shim. So anyway. So
on that tip of what's the COVID thing, one of the things that's happened in the last few weeks is now these vaccines have started to come out and they've been going through some regulatory tests and most of them have been saying that they're 90% successful in stopping COVID. Right. So there's this whole conversation happening about who's going to be the first ones to take the goddamn vaccine because they are rushing this shit through, right?
Right.
And part of me is like for me and my family, I'm not one of these folks who are opposed to vaccines. I think in terms of the history and discussion of sort of viral infections, that vaccines have played a very good role in getting rid of some diseases that would still be around otherwise. But this shit, I ain't taking until like at least 8 or 9 months in, because I want to make sure that there is some evidence out there that they fixed all the little inconsistencies or what may happen. But I think we're at this time where they're trying to rush this in because they want to cure the ills of the economy. And now we got to figure out what we're going to do as families and all that kind of stuff. So
that's the beauty of renegade culture, and I respect my brother's stance on the real as far as the vaccination, as far as him saying that some has been good and all that type of shit. I don't necessarily know that. I don't trust the government at all. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Due to things like the Tuskegee experiment, due to smallpox blankets that was laced when they gave it to the natives, when they forced them onto reservations, and so many other things. So I don't trust these motherfuckers, and I feel like if let it play its course. There's a whole lot of quote unquote conspiracy theories about whether it was created in a laboratory and all that type of shit. I really don't know. I don't have time to argue with you about that shit. You know what I'm saying? All I can say is wholeheartedly is that I don't trust the fucking government. You know what I'm saying? And I think that they are capable of doing all types of shit because they have a history of doing it. Now, after having COVID, would I take a vaccination? The answer is emphatically no.
Even after having it?
Even after having it. And I'm going to tell you, the one thing that I was told, or the one thing I was given, I was told to take Tylenol and plenty of fluids. I had a consistent headache for 2 weeks straight.
They didn't give you any other medicine?
They didn't give me shit. What they did initially, they gave me some antibiotics because of the fact I had tooth surgery.
Yeah.
So they was like, well, maybe it's something with that or whatever. It's just a trial and everything. Now, in doing my research, you're not supposed to take antibiotics or ibuprofen. Mm-hmm. And the thing about ibuprofen is it has some type of protein that the virus supposedly latches on to. You know what I mean? Now, the dentist, when I had my tooth surgery, where I think I contracted the whole situation, they told me to take 800 milligrams of ibuprofen and 400 milligrams of acetaminophen, Tylenol. Mm-hmm. So I had been taking ibuprofen so long, not knowing that I probably was feeding the virus itself.
Or the negative effects of taking that over a long period of time also.
Right.
So you feel like it just, for you, just coming out of it was sort of resting, sort of taking care of yourself, and just the virus ran its natural course.
Yeah, I was in quarantine for 14 days. I definitely had plenty of herbs, plenty of fluid. A lot of stuff people tell you take elderberry. They tell you to take, some people say take all types of different
ginger, all that.
Yeah, and I'm not knocking it, but the thing is, the one thing about herbs, most of the time, is preventative. You know what I mean? You got to get started before shit's in full effect. It's like putting a bulletproof vest on after you already got shot. You know what I'm saying? Really not too helpful. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of has to play its course. But I definitely don't. I don't believe that there's a vaccine that they're putting out to the public that won't have some type of side effects.
Yeah. So
like everything else.
Did you get a flu shot for you and your kids?
I've never.
Not talking to you.
Oh,
come out.
No, actually, I just took my 5-year-old to get I guess a last stage vaccination, and then with that they wanted to give him a flu shot. Mm-hmm. I was like, nah, chill on the flu shot. I'm here for the vaccination because I want them to be piling shit on them. Because we've never done a flu shot. I'm not necessarily opposed, but I think the flu is one of those things that if you get it, you take care of yourself. But it just seems I think Western medicine over relies on these injections and pills and all the rest of it. Some of which, again, I do think is good, but I also think there's an over prescription paradigm in the West around giving you drugs for everything, and I don't think that necessarily is the correct way either. So I think there's this balance you got to maintain. There's things about Western medicine I truly respect, particularly like accidents and all that kind of stuff. I think the media has done the medical profession does a good job of repairing that. But I also think there's this whole every ill has a pill solution, and that shit just sounds a little crazy for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because that's because of the way that the government's That plays a huge part. Like I said, over-medicating.
Right.
Yeah.
And we got to keep in mind too, like you said, there's Western medicine is a money racket. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just seeing the hospital bill alone, I mean, it was like fucking dumb. I mean, it's like they're like $250 for this Tylenol. I mean, it's like, motherfucker, I could have came my own Tylenol and I'd have been good. But the thing is, it's like we got to keep in mind that it is a straight money racket, and that we have to be careful because of the fact that America thrives off of security. America thrives off of fear. So you need to take this so you won't lose your hair. You need to have a fucking gun so they won't break in your joint. You need a dog. You need an alarm system. You need to do this to fight the war on crime, the war on drugs, and all that type of shit. So I look at it from that particular perspective. And I know that sometimes folks are like, man, that sounds like some conspiracy theory and all that type of shit. My shit is just, look at the fucking track record and the history of the people we dealing with. I'm not here to tell you, I think they did this in the laboratory, and I think that I'm not interested in that. That's like an argument about if there is or not a God. I don't know, and neither do you, and you won't know, or maybe you will know when you leave this planet. So we can create all types of arguments and ideas and all of that type of shit, but at the end of the day, you have to protect yourself.
Yeah, but I think you're right, because I think there's a fear-based. The society operates off of fear.
Absolutely.
Like you said. I think that's whether or not you're talking about national politics or international, and it's the fear of communism, the fear of all this other kind of shit.
Right.
I think that's what the country operates off of. And by the way, there is no God, but that's another discussion we can have that later. So I want to also say, like, I won the bet.
Okay.
Because we did have the bet around which one of the crew would be the first one to get COVID.
Oh, do we?
And so I said, with those nostrils, he breathes in so much fucking air that he's gonna get that shit. So I want my $25 and shit like that. You know what I mean? So
actually, it was it was your light skinned compadre who came on and snatched his fucking mask off in a bit of rage. Who's somewhere counting ballots now and shit.
He's still trying to get Trump in the office.
He's like one and a two and a. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I think it was the dentist, man. That's why I'm messing with hospitals like that, man.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like I don't. The thing is, all I know is that I went to the fucking dentist for this surgery, and I never fully recovered when I left there. You know what I'm saying? I had the surgery, and days on, I'm just thinking that, well, maybe it's the Novocaine, because I don't take medicine and shit. Maybe it's something they shot me up with, but that shit led to COVID. You know what I mean? And I'm always covered, and that's not to say, because of the fact I know people like, look, your eyes ain't covered, your ears ain't covered, your skin ain't covered, whatever the fuck. I don't know how I received it, but I know that that's the fucking trail. That's the time period, yeah. And I know in that timeline, Shelly monkey ass was in here, he snatched the goddamn joint on. So Shelly, if you're listening, I'm probably gonna smack the goddamn brown stew chicken out your ass.
Oh, goddamn.
For your ass. Fuck you and Trump.
True.
Blackout.
Yo, and so on a quick serious note, we glad you're back. We glad you're healthy. We glad you're back with the Renegade crew. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna be back for our next segment right after this Renegade Culture.
Blackout.
I'm so ill, I snatched the food out of hungry lion mouth. Jogging from Brooklyn to DC on I-95 South. Without getting fatigued, I travel at light speed. Get shot with a bazooka dog and barely bleed. I could touch a lightning bolt and not get shocked. Bought shots at the president and won't get knocked. No shitting. Swim with the sharks and I ain't never been bitten. Had Nelson Mandela quoting the shit that I'm spitting.
I've been in the game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to the shit. I wrote me a manual, step-by-step booklet so you could get your game on track, not your wig pushed back. Check out How to Build a People's Army. That's my motherfucking manual. Blackout! Yeah! Yeah! Fuck y'all talking about.
He's back, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Anyway, I am Kalonji Jama-Chang, and alongside my man Ski.
Kamal K. Franklin.
And we got on the motherfucking boards.
The Ear Doctor.
And with the Ear Doctor we have today, none other than the main mighty in the fucking building.
You know, he already did that.
We got some fresh hoodies on. I must say.
Oh, y'all do?
Yes.
That's some fresh.
Oh, yes.
I don't got.
Peep it. Oh, my man got the Costco,
BJ's,
Roscoe Pico train,
John
long hammer shirt.
It's fucking cold outside. I don't
it's
care
cold
what
outside. You had that shit on 4th of July.
That shit come with some denim jeans. You know, I used to get your shit.
Yo,
back in the day, the whole
word.
outfit.
Hey, yo,
Geronimo shit.
some fucking Roebuck jeans and shit. This shit comes with some tough skins and knockers boots.
My semblance.
So yo, you got the Renegade Culture sweatshirt.
Yes.
Bam.
We got the Renegade Culture sweatshirts available at renegadeculture.org.
Yeah.
You can get these right here, the fucking 10-ounce joints.
That's the heavy shit.
Fucking heavy duty. When it get cold, this the shit you put on top of this thin ass shit you got right here. So these joints right here, you letting these go for like what, 55?
55.
We have the one Minister Server has on. Camera, please check out Minister Server.
Bam.
You know what I'm saying? We letting them joints right there go for $45.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Fresh hoodies.
Word.
Cranberry. We're about to come up with some brand new colors and everything.
Cranberry. Speaking of cranberry, right? It's right around the holidays. It's Thanksgiving. That's
It
right.
is that time of the year.
It's that time where America set up a fake ass holiday.
That's right.
To
Capital's
celebrate,
holiday.
you know what I'm saying? To celebrate them taking
Genocide.
the land,
Yes.
the people.
Still in the
You know what I'm
land.
saying? Still in the land, then claiming that there was some good old fashioned dinner and all the,
That's right.
the healing happened and the natives and the pilgrims got together.
And the only dinner they had was like that Jim Jones shit. They fed everybody and murdered them.
and killed the word.
Yes, no good bastards.
You know what I'm saying? So there's always that contradiction, I think, for a lot of people around, particularly people who got some politics.
That's right.
And then we just coming off of the Columbus Day holiday, like the other, like Genocide Day, where folks want to be with their families, even with the limitations of COVID. But folks
Before we go into that,
before
we go into that, we got to explain to the folks, when we talk about holidays, every month there's a holiday or a time for you to spend money. Now, let's go through it real quick. Run it real quick. January, we have, what's January? New Year's. Not Martin Luther King.
We're not gonna run through all 12 fucking holidays.
Real quick, we got New Year's. You spending money for New Year's Eve. You have these.
Say real quick. Keep on going. What's February?
February, you got the Valentine's Day. March. You have what?
You niggas don't even know what they're talking about.
March, you have St. Patrick's Day. We talking about sales. All this shit is the whole joint.
What you buying St. Patrick's Day though?
April.
Beer.
April, we have Easter.
Easter, that's true.
May, we have Mother's Day.
True.
June, we have Father's Day.
All right.
July, we have the 4th of July. August, back to school sale. September.
Wait a minute, that's not a fucking holiday.
But no, we're talking about capitalism.
Okay. September,
we're talking about Labor Day. October.
Labor Day is a day.
Labor Day sale. October. Halloween. November. Thanksgiving. December.
Christmas for the Jesus
and New Year's Eve.
The Jesus that really doesn't exist, but people want to believe that. But that's my own thing.
Right. Our point in saying all that is we're talking about capitalism. Capitalism is made to keep America rolling. There is no coincidence. There's no fucking just like, oh, let's have holidays all these goddamn months and everything's gonna be cool. And August, growing up in the tri-state area, like us gentlemen were, when it came to going back to school, you had to have the fresh gear. You had to have the fucking new fucking notebooks, new book bags, and all that shit. You spend more money going back to school, damn near just as much as Christmas.
And you felt like lousy if you didn't have anything.
You didn't have the new kicks.
And everybody was like, looking at you and shit. But that since that age, that shit has been infused in all of us.
Can I say this? I've been pushing for years that we make these next two holidays called Family and Friends Days, just so it don't exclude people.
What are you talking about?
I mean? This Thanksgiving and
Christmas area.
Well, shout out to the sister.
Wait, did you do any? Oh, go ahead. No, finish.
She just did a Friendsgiving thing on last Sunday. And so there's a number of different people, that commemorate. And we want to say this real quick too, because of the fact that oftentimes when you're talking about these holidays and so on and so forth, people look at you like, oh man, y'all trying to take everything and y'all Debbie Downers. No, that's not the case. We're saying, at least I'm saying, whenever you have the opportunity to spend with your family, then you spend it with your family. Because all of our families, you don't have to go to the fucking family gatherings with an attitude, y'all eat meat, y'all do this, y'all do fuck all that.
But it's still important to know the politics around it.
It's important to know the
politics around it so that you can understand why America is trying to get us to do what it's trying to get us to do.
Right.
But we're not saying, because like Ear Doctor was talking about, we as community movement builders just did a turkey giveaway the other day because we wanted to make sure that folks had some food in a society that's basically a failed state at this stage, right? It's not providing food and shelter. You have different scenarios where folks are lined up for blocks to receive
like Tyler
free food
Perry
and boxes. Tyler Perry here in Atlanta. So it's all about how they want to continue to get us to buy shit, even when the economy is tanking during this time period, based on a holiday that's about the genocide of the indigenous people of this land.
Now with me, I say this, and indeed, you know, we have to feed the people. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about.
FTP.
All day. Yes, you guys are so wise. Yeah, we got to definitely feed the people because of the fact that you know, the people are hungry, motherfucker. Me, you know, I'm for animal rights and shit, so I hate to see the turkeys get murdered and shit. You know what I'm saying? All for this fucking one day and kill all the fucking birds up. I hate to be a fucking turkey, but you know, I'm saying, like, shout out to those brothers and sisters, whether they are Christian churches or community movement builders and organizations of the such, rappers, hip hop artists, whoever that are taking the time to care, because that's what it's all about. One thing that we realize coming up, many of us, we have our stance right now, but most of the people that I knew up growing up in the 70s or the 60s or whenever, we celebrated holidays. So we're not talking about contradicting shit. We're not talking about we're too good. Again, my position is always, whenever you can support your family, whenever you can be with family and love on your loved ones, do that. Whenever you can get together with friends or whatever, so on and so forth. I kicked it with all my brothers and sisters because of the fact that it's a love thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're not only, you know, we talk shit on the show, but we're family. We get together. Our families get together. It's love. You know what I mean? So I like to say we appreciate you all for supporting us, but support yourself as well. Don't just be a fucking Debbie Downer. Definitely go to that Patreon page.
Oh, goddamn, no.
Hey, with that said, when you gonna invite me over to your house?
No, never, nigga.
Oh, man, don't worry about it. I think Knocker's the only one that hasn't been invited. Ear Doctor.
They don't even know where I live.
Well, this is the house where we can invite you.
Oh, there you go.
We're here together. We love you there.
I'm gonna get a free meal and you can, you know,
nigga.
straight out here. You know what I'm saying?
Last week was the Ear Doctor's birthday.
Oh, word.
Yeah, they ain't give me no love. So
Ain't get no love?
no love for my birthday.
Y'all didn't do the show last
You
week?
got that sweatshirt?
Yeah.
You got the
Shit costs some money.
You got community movement.
Yo, so I mean, but let's go to our next topic, man, because
Yes.
something serious died. Someone serious died. David Dinkins, the former mayor of New York, passed away. He was 93 years old. He was the mayor during 1990 to 1993.
David Dinkins.
Yeah, the first black mayor of New York.
First black and only black mayor.
The only black mayor of New York.
Well, hey, listen, in defense of being a black mayor in New York, first of all, fuck Rudy Giuliani.
True.
Fuck
Ed Koch, who came before.
Definitely fuck Ed Koch. But anyway, and fuck the current mayor as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, and shit didn't change because Dinkins was in office.
No. Well, I'm gonna leave it alone because he died just recently.
Yeah. Well, anyway, and also his wife just transitioned last month.
Yeah.
Joyce Dinkins.
Yeah.
She was 89 years old. David Dinkins was 93 years old.
Good life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know.
And some serious shit happened when David Dinkins was mayor. As folks may or may not remember, in New York, David Dinkins was sort of ushered in because of the Yusef Hawkins killing.
That's right.
And white folks in general thought that they needed somebody black to calm the natives down. And so all of a sudden, folks decided to vote for David Dinkins. And then on his way out, the Crown Heights incident happened, where an ambulance by Hasidic Jews killed a young brother, I think his name is Gavin Cato, if I remember correctly, ran him over, and then they took off and didn't stay, and that caused a rebellion. And then again, the white folks was mad because he didn't shut down that rebellion right away. And then they decided to vote for Rudy Giuliani, who they wanted, who promised to be hard on crime.
Who happens to be your president's mayor right now. This goofy, crusty, nasty.
Who's sinking off with the goddamn hair dye all over the
hair
shit.
dye,
You know
wiping his face with snotty tissues and shit.
Yeah.
You fucking nasty white piece of shit. You piece of shit. But anyway, as far as Dinkins, he lived a long life.
He did, 93 years. In fact, he was in his 60s when he was voted in mayor.
He's old
and he's from Trenton, New Jersey.
He's from Trenton?
Yeah, he's a good friend of my pops.
Okay, he's a good friend of your pops?
Yeah.
So, okay.
How did they know each other?
They was in the same organization, Frontiers. They used to do stuff for the communities.
Cool.
Stuff
You know what I'm saying?
Your father did?
Your father must be disappointed in you.
He must be.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm running with community movement builders.
Okay.
That's you coming up.
The man repping.
That's you coming
as
up.
long as you say CMB and not FCP.
That's you coming up.
Anyway.
When we come back, we're gonna get into some other stuff some anniversaries that happened some sad anniversaries.
Commemorations.
You're right. Around the killing of Sean Bell. We want to talk about that and some other folks when we come back on Renegade Culture.
Renegade Culture.
Peace and much love. I am Minister Server. And y'all know it's Hip Hop History Month. You know who this is? You probably don't. This is the Sugar Hill label. Now listen, what was the first female rap group to come out? You might not know. Well, the first female rap group was The Sequence. Now, they came out the same year as Rapper's Delight came out by the Sugar Hill Gang, the same year Curtis Blow dropped Christmas Rapping. But most people never heard of Funk You Up by The Sequence. Now, who is The Sequence? Well, it was Blondie, Shirley Pearl, and Angie B. Now, Angie B is now the R&B star Angie Stone. Now, all the times we hear about the other stuff, but we hardly ever hear about the sisters. That's why you got to listen to Renegade Culture for hip-hopstery to get the real history on The Sequence. Word.
At night I can't sleep.
Trying to help him.
I toss and turn.
Okay.
Candlesticks in the dark. Visions of bodies being burned.
Jersey.
Four walls just staring at it.
Okay.
I'm good. That's it.
That's it. I'm good, yo.
Okay.
Renegade Culture, we back.
We got Willie D. Williams and Willie D. Williams in the building, baby.
Yo.
Anyway.
You know what I'm saying?
Renegade Culture.
Yo, we back on the air, live at you.
Yes.
Remember, you can always check us out on SoundCloud.
Apple.
You know what I'm saying? RenegadeCulture.org.
Yes. What else?
Playback TV.
Spotify, Playback TV.
Playback TV.
You know what I'm saying?
YouTube.
For that video version, YouTube.
We on YouTube now. I know y'all love the video version on YouTube.
True. Y'all be watching that shit.
Yeah.
Y'all be watching that shit.
They be like, yo, we love Come Out shirt. That shit right there.
You know what I'm saying?
I seen it at BJ's when I was walking down the
Nigga. You know what I'm saying? I saw that shit. I'm like, yo, if you buy this one shirt, you get a free pair of jeans and some fucking shoes.
Right?
God damn, you know my brain is.
You know, when you're going for 3 weeks, niggas get to sit home and go like, and so if I say this here, and if I practice this joke here, honey, is this a good one? Let me read this to you.
This off the top, y'all.
Hey, no, you got it off the top.
Anyway.
So let's get back to some serious shit. Because like you said, it's commemoration this week.
Yes, so check it. We talking about New York.
Yeah, we're still on New York.
So we're going to talk about New York. We would be remiss to not mention one of the legendary assassinations in New York, and that be the assassination, the cold-blooded murder of Sean Bell and the shooting of his friend Trent Benefield and Joseph Guzman. They were shot as well during that particular time, and they were coming from a
bachelor party strip club.
Mm-hmm. The man was getting married the next day, Sean Bell, beautiful wife and child, 23 years old. Mm-hmm. And they shot up the van that they were in 50 times. Yeah,
no warning, no nothing.
Warning. There was no weapons in the car, no crime committed. Mm-hmm. The man was about to get married.
Yeah.
Here it is, you have a 23-year-old. It's not too many brothers that are 23 years old that's thinking about settling down. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And this man was murdered. He was gunned down in Queens, New York by the NYPD. That's right. NYPD is consistent. Consistently, they've been pieces of shit. Mm-hmm. And they will continue to be pieces of shit.
And it wasn't the first murder by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
But the Sean Bell killing set off marches, semi-rebellions all across all 5 boroughs when it happened.
Yes.
It was something that
not just 5 boroughs, that shit was nationwide.
Yeah. It's akin to like the Mike Brown killing and some of the other killings that people
before that
heard about in terms of heard about on social media.
Right.
But without social media, when this hit and this hit the newspapers, and everybody started hearing it. People streamed out on the streets like crazy. People were going up to Queens.
Right.
It was a happening, man, because people thought, like you were saying, this was obviously a murder, an assassination,
tragedy
of this young brother who was about to get married.
Right. Now the ill shit about that, those of us who were organizing in Atlanta, we was fired the fuck up because of the fact that 4 days before, 92-year-old Katherine Johnston was murdered at 933 Neal Street here in Atlanta. You understand what I'm saying? She was gunned down. These motherfuckers, these bastards ran up in her house. They ripped the burglar bars off her shit. She was 92 years old, never had a fucking traffic ticket. Ripped the burglar bars off. She had a rusty 38 that her niece bought her. Who is now an ancestor, bought her the weapon. So she fired up in the air because of the fact she thought someone was breaking into her home, and they filled her with bullets. Not only did these bastards, these rotten ass bastards, these fucking red dogs over in fucking what's that, the Bluffs over there, they gunned her down, and then they handcuffed her while she was bleeding, while she was leaking, and planted weed inside of her basement, and they went and got a fucking informant. They went and got this boy that was like 23 years old. And they got him and they said, look, we want you to say that you bought weed from our house. Okay? This motherfucker, he was rolling with Markel Hutchins. Shout out to Markel Hutchins, who's a preacher out here, who's a real piece of shit because he ended up suing the family to try to get some money. Yes, motherfucker, I'm talking about you, Markel Hutchins, you fucking fake ass preacher. His bitch ass wanted to be Dr. King ass. He went and got this 23-year-old boy and who was a paid informant by the police. Now you see this boy, he was tatted up the whole nine. So I need you to watch these niggas who be close to you, as Nas say. You understand what I'm saying? But he got him on the camera saying that, look, they tried to say that they wanted me to say that that I bought drugs from this lady, but I didn't. She reminded me of my grandmother. Now the ill shit about that, one of our members of the FTP movement called us before we got the news, and he said, listen, they just murdered this elder lady on my route because he was her mailman.
Damn.
And he said, they're going to try to say all this shit. I see the news. They're doing a press conference right now. He said, they are lying. He said, I've been this lady's mailman for 12 years. I know her. I see her. You understand what I'm saying? She's a nice, sweet old lady. You understand what I'm saying? But they murdered her and they tried to plant drugs on her. Okay.
And it just shows to go, violence in America is something that gets condoned when it's conducted by the police.
That's right.
And when it's conducted by right-wing forces.
That's right.
So as we move up in time to today, this young white boy, Kyle Rittenhouse,
Kyle Rittenhouse,
was just released on bail, partially paid by the actor, if y'all remember this dude, Ricky Schroeder. Now, before we get to Ricky and his dumb ass, Kyle Rittenhouse is accused, and it's on videotape, of shooting 2 protesters. He claimed he was going to protect property, going with an AK-47, trying to like start shit, be in the middle of shit, and then started shooting and killing protesters.
Now, how old is this little bitch?
He's like 17, 16. In fact, in his home state, he's too young to carry a weapon.
Too young to even buy the fucking weapon.
So it's like, it makes no crazy sense.
And he traveled across state lines.
Yes.
To murder some other
people. And him and the cops were friends, giving water and all that kind of stuff. And so they allowed this happen. They allowed this whole scenario to take place. And now these right-wing forces are protecting them. They're saying this kind of violence is good. And then this dude, this actor, if y'all remember this little dude, Ricky Schroeder, from careful with your words now. From Silver Spoons.
Silver Spoons.
Because it's a lot that can apply to this dude.
It's so many different words. And I want to say all kinds of shit. I'm gonna offend every fucking community that existed. You know what I'm saying? But this little bitch is a female dog. Is legal? Okay, good. This bitch right here, who I hope get raped in hell. Ricky Schroeder.
Oh, goddamn.
You know what I'm saying?
Hashtag?
It's no good.
Is that a hashtag?
No good. Bitch decides that he's going to bail them out. Now, there's been a lot of different actors, and I don't have all their names in front of me.
Scott Baio.
Who've been Scott Baio? Yes. What was it? Scott Baio was on fucking
Happy Days.
Happy Days.
Chachi.
Stacey Dash.
Never trust a motherfucker named
Stacey Dash.
Stacey Dash, rotten ass. Dame's cousin. Okay. And what's the other motherfucker name you just said? Kanye. Now y'all just named a whole bunch of motherfuckers.
Well, all these motherfuckers.
We have a whole lot of people.
I know. I don't know if they all came out in support.
Chachi from Happy Days.
Of this dude. But staying on track. So this dude came out and he's posed for pictures with him. He's raised money for Ricky Schroeder.
Now, when the last time he been in a fucking movie?
I know this is most publicity he's gotten in decades and shit. You know what I mean?
Spoon. Rusty bastard. Huh?
Who? Bail?
Chachi.
Ain't got nothing going on.
First of all, I mean, why would you trust the motherfucker named Chachi? Some of you motherfuckers watching this motherfucker thought he was cool. I always thought he was a bitch. That's just me. Fuck him and the farms. But anyway.
Yeah, man. Then there's something else that took place too that you wanted to discuss in terms of segments. Like there's a lynching that took place.
Yeah, so Kawan Charles down in Louisiana, what's that, Baton Rouge, I think? There was a case where this brother, was he 14 years old? Taken from his home by a mother and a son who are allegedly fucking meth heads who have since moved. Took this boy and they're calling him the modern Emmett Till. They beat this boy, they murdered him, and the local police tried to say that maybe he drowned in the creek. I mean, the water was like, shit. You could hardly wash your feet in the fucking water, but they saying he drowned. We saw how he looked. You know, I just want to say that this is this world that we live in right now. I think that for our listeners, when we hear, we become so desensitized. So and it's like we look at this shit like it's not really our children. We're looking at it like it's just a news flash, or it's just the flavor of the month.
It's all pictures on social media. Yeah.
Yes, you got to look at these cases like they are our children. I pray that none of this stuff happens to any of our children because of the fact that I'm close to a lot of my comrades' children, and I just couldn't imagine, just being calm and being told that justice will be served and all that type shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not that type of guy.
And again, it just points out how violence in America works. You can kill somebody, and if the police back you, then
the police unions
back you. They create stories for you. They allow loopholes to help you out.
They'll raise money for you.
They'll raise money for you. That's right. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not million. I think over $1 million is raised for this Rittenhouse dude. But if you get killed by a cop, you automatically are put in a position of being a criminal. You're guilty.
They third grade, he took the teacher's chalkboard in third grade. He wrote fuck the teacher on the joint. You know what I'm saying?
They make story up after story, and then they publicize it. And in this mainstream media, for the most part, they buy it. Unless there's some videotape that shows otherwise, they go with that story. They run with that story. Even if it's inconsistent and it's implausible,
every time
they go with those stories. And it's up to us as a community to continue to defend our interests.
We have to combat that shit.
And go from Sean Bell to today and defend our interests and stop these cops from murdering our people up on the streets and defend our folks who get murdered by these white ring terrorists and these folks who are protected by the police out in these streets.
Not only that, and build these community watches, build these community patrols because of the fact that it's necessary. We are our first responders.
That's right.
We are first responders. You can't rely on motherfuckers who's murdering you in the street. Stop fucking calling 911.
That's right.
Men, women, those of us who are brave enough in our community to say that, look, I love our children, I love us. We're gonna make some change. That's what the fuck has to be done. It's no magical fucking shit. You don't have to be no ranting, raving revolutionary. You don't have to be running around talking about fuck the police. All you have to do is have some care and concern in your heart. All you have to do is be concerned with humanity. You understand what I'm saying? We talk about the whole black or white issue. Look, we can do all that. That's cool. Yes, I'm pro-black. Yes, I'm pro-African, but I'm pro-life. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that anybody should be murdered unjustly. I don't think anybody should be murdered at all. Now, if you're defending yourself or whatever, that's a whole different story. You know what I mean? So we have to be our own first responders. We got to be on
provide safety for our community. And so if you're interested in doing that kind of work, you can contact communitymovementbuilders.org. That's communitymovementbuilders.org.
Yes.
We have safety patrols, cop watches here in Atlanta, in Dallas, and San Diego. So if y'all want to learn how to do that in your own area, join with us in here, then just contact us.
Man, we'd like to thank everyone for checking us out. This is episode 90.
What? Yep.
Episode 90.
Yeah.
That's, man, listen, for those of you that have been rocking with us all that time, we're grateful.
That's right.
It's been a long, hard journey. And, I know it's some folks that have podcasts, way more than us and all that type shit. But that shit don't matter. Yeah. It ain't as dope as this.
That's right.
Any fucking way.
That shit is not good. That shit is fucked up.
This shit is whack. Fuck it. There's a couple that's okay. I'm not gonna name no names. There's a couple.
You know what? Even the ones that are okay. You're not getting the information that you get no renegade culture. No one else but renegade culture.
True that. True.
That's right. Well, we can definitely say here at Playback Studios, where we're recording that, we are the #1 fucking podcast. I don't give a fuck with nobody.
Oh, goddamn, no.
I said it.
Yo, and so our musical guest this week, who actually we recorded it last week, is Issues. So we want you to sit back and enjoy Issues coming up.
No doubt. Issues. Salute. Renegade Culture. Check us out.
My radio, believe me, I like it loud. I'm the man with the box that can rock the crowd. Walking down the street with my hardcore beat while my JVC vibrates the concrete.
Oh, yo!
Yo!
LL came back from the grave.
LL came back. Did y'all see that? Did you see that?
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. His career is dead. My bad.
Oh! Why you gonna quote LL, man? LL, he did not mean it, yo. He was joking. That's just jokes, L. Hold up. Yo, man. Yo, man. Wow. Another dope show, man.
Yo, we had a great show. We thank our guests for coming out. And remember, you can always catch Renegade Culture on SoundCloud,
Spotify,
Apple,
Playback TV,
RenegadeCulture.org.
Yeah. Make sure you hit that Patreon up too, yo.
We got that new Patreon account that's up. We need some supporters to come out and make sure that y'all help us. Because what my man said last time, like freedom ain't free.
Freedom ain't free.
You know what I'm saying?
Bottom line, freedom ain't free. But you know what? We got another superstar performance guessing here tonight.
On this stage tonight.
My man, on this stage tonight, one of my all-time favorite MCs.
All right.
We got Issues in the building tonight.
What's up, brother man? How you doing? You good?
I'm good, bro.
Yo, thank you for coming on Renegade Culture.
Yo, man.
Y'all having me. It's an honor to be here.
Yo, man, let me just tell you a little bit about this man sitting here. Yo, as I tell people, no bullshit. Issues is one of the dopest MCs that I know. He's like a combination of Rakim, Chuck D, and KRS-One. No bullshit. No bullshit. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. He's hardcore without using profanity. Who does that besides Rakim? Hardcore without using profanity. He's hardcore political, like Chuck D can give it to you like that. And he's a battle MC like the Blastmaster KRS-One. And his stage shows are bananas. This man has opened up. Yo, I've seen Issues do phenomenal stuff all the time. So MCs, y'all got to know Issues. Yo, welcome to the show, bro. Welcome. Welcome to the show, bro.
I don't know if I can live up to I appreciate it, but I don't know if I can live up to that.
No doubt.
Thank you for having me.
Man, so what's been good, man?
Wonderful intro, too.
Sure indeed.
Yeah.
What's good, Ish?
Man, everything's good, man. Just living life and loving the journey.
True indeed. True indeed.
So how'd you so the brother mentioned before, you big on battle rap, you know what I'm saying? How did you even get into start battle rapping and shit like that?
I mean, battle rap for me started with how I became an MC. Yeah. Like part of me even learning how to do this craft we call MC, and part of that chamber was battle rap, like all the way up in Pleasantville, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Just me and my cousin had a group called the Dynasty, and then he pretty much taught me how to freestyle. Mm-hmm. Part of those lessons were everybody we meet that we look like Quran, we just asked to battle.
Oh, word.
Battle. Mm-hmm. So when but I had always been in a group. Mm-hmm. I never been solo. And when I moved from New Jersey to Georgia, I'm solo for the first time in my life. So I adopted the name Issues. It was in 2000. And so I was just thinking, like, what can I do to get my name out there? Yeah. Like, I didn't really have no direction to where I wanted to go, what I was doing. So what do I need to do to get my name out there? And I just fell right back on battling. Mm-hmm. Around that time when I came here, Athens had some battle stuff going on. Atlanta had some battles. The battle scene was kind of just ramping up. Yeah. And I knew, as far as with this rap shit go, back then I wasn't too confident in my stage show. I wasn't too confident in a lot of different things, but I knew that I could battle. You know what I'm saying? I knew that off the top of the head, I could give it to anybody. You know what I mean? So I just started battling in Atlanta. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Mike Club and Break Atlanta, MC War.
War.
Yeah. Name it, like, you know what I'm saying? So I just started battling in Atlanta. MC War was the one that really gave me my, you know what I'm saying, my little notoriety, because like it was the first real battle. It was the first battle rap. It was the first battle rap league that I could think of at the time. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
You see the air doctor over there smiling. What?
They had a whole league for battling?
Listen, everything that everybody's doing right now.
Weight classes in the whole nine, yo.
And guess who started it?
Who did?
The ear doctor.
The ear doctor.
Listen,
I'm thinking of the pizza, battle rapping.
I'm telling you.
He had a laundry business someplace.
And Issues had the belt. He had the belt. We had a belt made for him and everything. And he's one of the baddest out.
They put the belt up. They had the belt. First of all, my man Fort Knox, shout out to Fort Knox.
Big up the Knox.
He was the one at the time, because he was like, yo, son, like, you could go there if you rank high. You know, you become the champion, then it's
like a big, right?
You know what I mean? So at the time, I ain't had no job or nothing.
Just like boxing, you know, you move up in boxing. Yeah.
Right. So they had a tournament to see who get the belt, and I got the belt, and I just was like, oh, every time you hold on to the belt, you get 60, the other one get 40. So that was a sentiment.
But now, tell me this. Now, sometimes battle rappers have a hard time transitioning to make actual albums and make songs. You got like 4 albums out that been banging as well. So how was that transition from going from the MC War battles and that type of stuff to actually making albums and songs and things of that nature?
You know what? I had to just put it down altogether. Mm-hmm. Like I remember the time, it was around 2005, where I was just like, I'm gonna leave the battle alone. I did that. You know what I mean? I got the belt. I haven't lost besides the one little controversial bout. Right. So besides that, you know what I'm saying? And like I said,
he still feels a way about that. He still feels a way about that controversial battle.
I'm just documenting history. So, but yeah. So besides that, so it was like, you know, I held my own in that arena.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, it was like, okay, let me focus my energy now more. This energy that I use to battle individual MCs, like there's a whole system in place that's designed to keep all of us down. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, it kind of became a thing where, okay, let me not focus on these battles and prepare for the war. And that's where like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me focus on making this music, making good songs, because it was a stigma then, like battle rappers couldn't make good songs. They didn't make good music, whatever the case may be. So I just started focusing on, man, just making good music and stuff like that. And really, like 2005, that was it. I mean, I battled a couple of dudes in Africa when I was out there.
Right. So now, during the same time, you know, I know you were on the road with KRS-One and whatnot, holding them down. And I tell people what was really dope about you being on the road. Like, there was a lot of cats on the road with us, obviously. But I tell people, you was one of the ones that, while you had a high level of respect for Chris, you wasn't intimidated by him. You know what I'm saying? It was like, if you know, that kind of MC battle thing was really real. So how was that, you know, being on the road with KRS, opening shows, and how was that? Like, what was some of the crazy experiences?
And you said you was in Africa, like, so why was that too, in terms of just going to Africa? Because it sounds like you've been politicized also. So what was that experience like too? On top of that,
and you were in Zimbabwe and South Africa as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was entrenched out in South Africa.
Okay, entrenched out.
I was entrenched. Like, in Johannesburg.
Joburg.
Yeah, I was out there. So, but you know, start with the KRS-One thing. I mean, it was a dream come true, and it was a blessing, and it was no better MC training. Like, my whole MC journey started with MC training. My cousin was my first teacher. He put me through what's called freestyle boot camp. First, we used to freestyle in the basement. Then we would come up and just ride around all day, listening to beat tapes, freestyling to one another. That's how you can't communicate to me, I can't communicate to you unless we freestyle.
Gotcha.
That's how we used to do it, right? So we did that, and after a while, we started battling. So that was like elementary school, or that was like high school MC training. When I got on the road with Chris, which really the whole, okay, I got to tell the story how the whole thing started. So one night he came to Apache Cafe to do a show, and he had met me before. I ain't gonna go into the long story. We met each other prior, and we was at the Apache Cafe, and long story short, I felt like he was fronting on me, right? He knew me. He knew basically who I was. We had already been introduced. All of that has already taken place. So at this point, like at the end of the show, he was like picking MCs from the crowd to come up on stage and rhyme. So he's going I'm right there in the front of the crowd. I'm bigger than everybody. Like, there's no way that you don't see me. You know what I'm saying? So like, he's picking everybody around me, come up on stage. So I remember just thinking like, man, I'm feeling some type of way right now. You know what I mean? So I remember Drez was sitting on the stage. So I walked up to the side of the stage, you know, in Apache, and walked on the other side of Drez. He was sitting on the table. He's like, Ish, what are you doing? Like, you already know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So I went over there. It was like a crowd of MCs. He would rock, and he would pass the mic to them, and then they'll come up and they'll rock, and then they'll give him back the mic, and then he'll go pass it to the next one. So finally, I just got my way to the front of the line, and I went to grab it, and he kind of took it away from me and handed it to this female MC. I can't even remember who it was, but he handed it to her. Now I'm really feeling some type of way. So I was like, you know what? Next time he comes back here with this microphone, I'm taking it from him. So when he came back and he went to grab somebody, I just broke free from the crowd, grabbed my and then walked in. Was classic, and then, I walked like the spot where you supposed to demand the most focus from the. He was in that spot. I moved him out the way and took that spot and had him say my name, grabbed it, gave him back the microphone, and I left. A year later, me and Server ran into each other. He was like, yo, about to go on tour, Chris. Wow, the group, come through, you know what I'm saying, Gave me the information. I went through. Everybody was there. People was like, auditioning and whatnot, whatever the case may be, right?
That's what we were looking for, the one. Who's gonna be the one?
Right. So I'm there amongst everybody else. So finally I walk in, and He said,
yeah.
I said, yeah. He said,
I'm back.
He said,
Exactly.
I said, all right, I'm about to go into my little spiel. He said, you don't even need to say nothing.
All right.
You don't even need to say, I just need to know if you're afraid of the road. I said, nah, I ain't afraid of the road. He said, all right, we'll be in VA, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay. That's the hotness.
Yeah. That's how we going to jump it off.
Right, because just a little backside on that. After he did it that night, me and Chris talking about this shit after the show. Like, yo, that was my main issue. But hold on, let's fast forward to when you was over in Joburg, because I was seeing the Source magazine. I forgot what it's called over there. Like the Source magazine did a big article on you over there. So how did that happen from you being from the States and you in Johannesburg and they doing articles on you? How did that happen?
Well, I mean, it started with I went over to Zimbabwe. I had a promoter from Zimbabwe fly me out there, and I did like 3 shows real quick while I was out there.
Yeah,
and kind of caught a little wave. I was on YFM, you know what I'm saying? I was on like the top radio station and stuff in a real quick span of time. It was just an opportunity that opened up that I took advantage of. And
that one Africa thing, yeah.
Right. So that led to when I came back to the States, they're saying, all right, we want to bring you back out, you know what I'm saying, to come to South Africa. And we wound up staying out there, you know what I'm saying, getting a crib out there, staying out there, and just really taking advantage of all the little opportunities.
And that was dope as an independent artist to do that, man. Big up on that. Because again, you know, for all you independent artists, don't think you need to be tied to the machine. You got to just get your hustle on, get your grind on, have your skills tight, and make it happen.
True that, true. So we got this point in the show where we do knockers nonsense. We do a bold question. So there's a bunch of questions in here.
Deep questions, brother. Deep questions.
I want you to dig deep in this bowl and pick out one of the questions.
Just pick out one. I know it's a bunch in there.
Yeah, just pick out one.
No doubt.
Yeah, I was saying.
All right.
That was too soon. Dig deeper.
Here we go.
Go back in there. Yeah, you're knocking questions out the bowl, brother. Play along, brother. All right. You're gonna have to wash your hands later. His mama used to smoke in that bowl, so you know what I'm saying. So what's your question say?
Who is the best battle MC?
Other than yourself.
Other than myself. What are we talking about? We talking about battle MC from the battle MC culture?
Whatever way you want to claim it.
Why don't you do one from the culture and then one that we would all know? Somebody more mainstream that you think is big.
As far as who
somebody that we may know. We know you ain't gonna know. Like none of them come out, so we gonna.
Why you gotta be like that? Why
we may know what
not.
not.
Gotta single me out. I want them with somebody mainstream.
Mainstream battle rap.
Clock is ticking.
All right,
it's a show.
Come on now. Come on now.
And who?
You said
Eminem.
What the fuck?
Okay. You wanted the mainstream. See, you asked for that. You asked for that.
Now,
okay. Now, I can qualify if you want.
No, you don't. Now, who's from the culture?
From just battle rap?
Yeah.
I have to say Loaded Lux.
Woo!
Okay.
I sent that directly to you. Loaded Lux is bananas, yo.
I would say,
and he can make good songs.
Like I had to scroll through. Okay, who would I? If
Arsenal, Murder,
anybody, who would I? Loaded Lux.
Yeah.
Is that the one who beat you?
No.
I didn't mean to bring that up.
Before you get up out of here, let us know what you got coming up.
Yeah.
Well, the most recent thing I got coming up is Slugfest. I'm battling. This is just my second battle in this whole new battle rap thing.
The new battle rap thing, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm battling
without beats.
Backpacker at Slugfest, and that is
Slam poetry.
December 19th. Okay. I got an album I'm working on right now called Grandfathered In. Okay, yeah. I'm saying I got a mixtape that I always do a mixtape before the album, so I don't know what the mixtape gonna be called right now. But I'm in the studio working on that.
And where can people get it at? Where can people pick up or hear your tracks at?
You can go Spotify and Apple Music.
Everywhere's good music,
everywhere.
No doubt.
And you got any social media you want to mention real quick?
Yeah. It's Issues ISHUESDA_artists at Instagram, and then Issues ISHUES CUTHBERTSON at Facebook.
Bam. All right. Thank you, brother, so much.
Bless us with a verse now.
We're gonna come back, my man. Gonna do a verse.
Yeah, we're gonna come back and get some of that fire from Issues, y'all. So y'all don't go nowhere. Renegade culture.
Boom, renegade culture.
Let's do it.
Yeah. I say the devil may cry if in fact you don't stand by, you should act. stand for what's right and forbid what is wrong, even if you gotta go against the pack. I say the devil may cry if in fact you don't stand by and you act. Stand for what's right and forbid what is wrong, even if you gotta go against the pack. Listen, this is real talk. Most people, they scared, so they get enslaved by the things that they fear. Frozen in time, closing their mind till they become deaf to the things that they hear. I don't really care if you like what I say. I'm all alone up at night when I pray. This is how I came, how I'm gonna leave, how I'm gonna stand up before God on that day. As the world turns, things become more clear. So I'm in the fight just as long as I'm here. The devil is alive, but he's in disguise, so you're not recognizing him whenever he appears. Things that you see ain't always what's real. Things you don't see, they might get you killed. Keep yourself protected from the unexpected. Armor up and get your spiritual shield. Yeah, come on. I say the devil may cry if in fact clap. You don't stand by and you act. Clap. Stand for what's right and forbid what's wrong, even if you gotta go against the pack. Clap. The devil may cry if in fact clap. You don't stand by and you act. Clap. Stand for what's right and forbid what's wrong, even if you gotta go against the pack. Come on, issues. Renegade culture, we out here. Yeah, 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 yeah. Come on. All right.
What up, y'all? I'm Dr. CBS here with Dr. Jared Ball, and you're tuned into episode 6 of The Last Dope Intellectual. So Jared Ball, for this segment of Shoot the Shit, we have an article that we're gonna address, right? So
but
it's
Dr.
called
CBS, can I interrupt you first? I'm sorry.
You
Can
may.
I interrupt? I want to interrupt first because we got to talk about the shirt situation real quick.
Hey, free
Because
Angela Davis, all political prisoners. And you got the George Jackson?
Unplanned, unscripted, black and white, Angela Davis, George Jackson. I just wanted to point that out. It just worked out that way. Just the natural flow of LDI, the LDI crew. That's how it gets done around here.
Mutual comradeship, man. Mutual comradeship. We're here. And now we're about to be here on dragging this article. So, so this piece is called Amanda Gorman and the Perils of Racial Profiling. And so the question that I pose to you when we're talking about what we're talking about is, should the Black elite be exempt from racism? Because one reads this piece, right? And what unfolds is this idea that Amanda Gorman, poet laureate, right? Harvard undergraduate, prominent figure, was subjected to some racial profiling. She was followed by a security guard. Okay. But then when you read it, you get the sense that, again, this whole discourse, like even the rich, even the affluent, even the successful are still Black, basically, right? They're still subjected to the same types of racial issues that the other Blacks are subjected to. I just take exception to that narrative. It gives me caste vibes. But before I go into that, like, what is your perspective of this?
I think I was headed in that same direction. I just, my first reaction is always that the people who seem to willingly accept entree into spaces where they are highly promoted to give cover to imperialism and capitalism and anti-Blackness, to give cover and hope that this system can make room if you are just talented enough, just attractive enough. That they would then come across some of the same, hostility and antagonisms that the rest of us get on a regular daily basis, and that this is somehow supposed to mean something more is frustrating to me. It's frustrating because, again, on the one hand, both individually and at a societal level, these folks are accepting a position and all of the benefits of it, and then can turn around and then, also become the symbol for the most egregious forms of this oppressive society. So somewhere in there, I find a lot of frustration. But it also reminded me just quickly of a couple of things that I'll just throw out very quickly. One, I just made a couple of notes when you sent this for us to consider. I thought of the importance again of No Name's decision to refuse participation in the Judas soundtrack. Because to me, that's the kind of principled relative celebrity response to being offered entry into these spaces. Anyway, those were just some of my initial reactions to this story.
Okay, so the plot thickens, right? In this article, it says Gorman went on to say in a following tweet in response to the provocation, so her mentioning that she got followed, quote, "In a sense, he was right. I am a threat to injustice, to inequality, to ignorance. Anyone who wants to speak the truth and walk with hope is an obvious and fatal danger to the powers that be." Okay. Amanda Gorman is the person who gave that infamous poem at the inauguration that celebrated essentially American imperialism, that reified this idea that the US is the greatest nation in the world. And now that Biden is president and Trump is gone, we can now overcome. There is nothing threatening about this person. And indeed, and in fact, as you just discussed, she is one of the people who reify empire, who reify the status quo, and who pose no threat whatsoever. And so there's a way in which this sort of race hustle, and this is what lends to the caste thing that I'll get into in a second, but there's a way in which this race hustle, because of racism, like you mentioned, racism to obfuscate the way in which you are very much ensconced in this system, right? And that, again, like I talked about ad nauseum at this point, the but for logic, right? So for her, it's like, I'm an American and I belong and I work hard, but racism. And so racism makes me a threat. And it's like, you're not a threat at all, right? And so it's as if these individual experiences of whatever racial profiling, et cetera, all of a sudden make you into fucking Asada Shakur and shit. And it's like, nah, sis, like we heard you, we know you. And so it's just very, very frustrating. And I keep relating it to the cast, the book cast, because that's essentially Wilkerson's argument that like what illuminates that, Black people are a lower caste is because even the rich, even the affluent, even the achievers, even the people who have done everything right, even the people who are at the top of meritocracy continue to be subjected to these slights or these indignities or these forms of, of quotidian racism. Of course, but she doesn't really talk about racism. She talks about caste. So that's a whole other thing. But it's this whole idea that these Black elites can be like, see, we're just like you. Like it doesn't, like class doesn't matter, because no matter what class we're in, we're still subjected to racism just like those Blacks, right? And so this is what sort of allows them to evade a critique of capitalism or a critique of class and turn to goofy shit like caste. And so it's just, the unmitigated nerve of this one.
And they're not taking
she's a threat.
And I think to your point, though, of almost all of your work, they're not a threat because of the analysis or the organization they're involved in or offering. They're a threat, at least theoretically, because they are racialized or gendered in a way or labeled in a way that other groups are more commonly oppressed, and that it takes away so much of what I think is also the problem of celebrity, where, as I continue to argue, you can't be rich, famous, and radically political all at the same time. And yet these folks continue to try to perform as if they are. And then to the point of all the stuff you've been talking about, in previous shows and in your work. So then where does Paul Robeson, if you can be an artist and be, and then where does Robeson show up, or Claude McKay, or as a poet, and it reminds me just lastly of when I think something that Harold Cruz wrote, where he cautioned about what happens when your expression becomes part of the cultural store of the nation. I think he put it.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep. Okay. Another salacious detail. Let me just tell you this, okay? Gorman has overcome many obstacles in her journey toward academic, intellectual, and literary success at a young age. Born in Los Angeles on March 7th, 1998, the product of a single mother who was an educator, the poet laureate worked on an auditory and speech impediment to become an acclaimed writer and public lecturer. Now, I don't mean to be ableist in the slightest. I'm sure that was traumatic. But what immediately came to mind with that was when I remember on Twitter, Kris Jenner had mentioned about Kendall Jenner, like that she had bravely shared her story about a struggle that she had gone through. And that struggle turned out to be acne.
Oh, wow.
Acne. So this was part of her whole proactive deal. But it was like Kendall had the courage to talk about how she struggled with acne. Okay. And this is not to say like speech impediments are hard, right? We know that like James Earl Jones had one. They try to say Biden had one, and that's why his ass was forgetting shit and all that. But anyway. Right. And so it's a thing, but like these are the trials and tribulations that are mentioned, and then the whole single mother thing. And it's not, I grew up in a single mother household, but the way that that's constructed as like an obstacle to overcome just reifies this whole like cult, Black people ain't got no daddies.
It's also anti-Black male. That's where I was taking it too. It's another shot at the absent Black male father. But as someone who has to be out here every day, beige and bald, I have to overcome these obstacles, and I would like some credit and acknowledgement for that. So, hashtag whatever that puts category me too or whatever, put me in that one.
Hashtag sunscreen.
Hashtag I suffer too. Hashtag I'm oppressed.
Listen, I mean. And we, whatever, we're sort of making light of the situation. But and this also, for example, they put her in this lineage with Mahalia Jackson, and people, and Mahalia Jackson, who actually was part of the civil rights movement and who was part of an organization, right? Or she collaborated closely with like the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and did concerts on behalf of the civil rights movement. Last I checked, Amanda Gorman did a poem on behalf of Empire, that is to say the U.S. administration. And so there's this way in which we collapse all of these, like everything into Black girl magic, or everything into girl boss, or everything into this idea, this sort of undifferentiated idea of race, whereby like a sin against the Black elite is a sin against the Black people in general, or the achievement of one Black person represents progress for all Black people. And like, as we know, this is just complete bullshit. And then there's also mention of people like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. And so it's also so fucking unethical to mention her brief encounter, which she survived, by the way, with some security guard, and put that in the same breath or conversation as George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, who are victims of state repression and state violence. And it's only through our liberal discourse that we can see these things as synonymous, or see these things as part of a sort of a similar or an equal articulation. And it's the same shit that Isabel Wilkerson again was doing in Cass, where she would mention lynching and all of this extreme brutality against Black people, and in the next breath mention that like some white man was mean to her in first class. Like, it's so rich Black people, yes, your ass is still Black and you might suffer discrimination, but the difference between you and the Black pores that you're trying to read yourself into is that oftentimes they do not make it out of those encounters. Oftentimes they are brutalized, criminalized, and then forgotten about. Right. Whereas you can tweet about the situation and you'll probably get some fucking endorsement deal from, I don't know, Nike to get you some Nikes to run away from the situation or whatever. I don't know. But it's a no for me. I'm not here for that. And, yes, racism and white supremacy are real, but so are class differences. And so is the need to lift up the actual, or the sort of widespread forms of state violence and economic terrorism and political disenfranchisement that the majority of our people suffer, and not, put all of our indignation and sympathy behind that.
Let your experience with the nightmare of a security guard lead you to a critique of an administration that would add money and revenue to those policing services and already bomb Syria while denying us actual
Somalia.
healthcare and relief, and Somalia without relief and support for people here. So that would be, I think, a good way to address those class differences for sure.
And Amanda Gorman, if you're watching, join a fucking organization. Like, use those powers for good. Let No Name be your guide. Like, be part of a movement or organizing efforts, you know, to put your prestige where your mouth is. And I'm sorry that security guard hurt your feelings. But you know, you hurt our feelings, our being the Black radical left, when you did that raggedy ass poem. So that's it. Weigh in, you know, let us know what you think about this article and about this situation. But that's what me and Jared think. So
let No Name be your guide.
Okay, y'all. So I'm introducing yet another new segment. This one is called Class in Session. And with this segment, I really want to talk to youth, students, and young folk about their experience on campuses, about their organizing and activism work, and about what it means to be like Gen Z in this moment, in the moment of perpetual crisis, of heightened imperialism, of, you know, turbo disaster capitalism. And so we really want to pay attention to the perspective of our young folk, because, you know, the children are the future, so to speak. And so today I have a very, very dope young person with me, Yolian Ogbu. And so let me read her bio. So Yolian is a political science student at the University of North Texas. She recently served as the student government president from 2019 to 2020, engaged in climate justice work with This Is 0 Hour, and is now an organizing member of Horn of Africa Pan-Africans for Liberation and Solidarity, HOA PALS for short, where she works with a dedicated group on building Pan-Africanist, anti-imperialist political education for the diaspora and beyond. And let me just tell you, I heard Yolian speak on an intergenerational webinar, and she absolutely killed it. And I immediately found her on social media, had to reach out to her and just let her know, like, you know, with all the stuff we have going on, with her at the helm, her and her comrades at the helm, I do think that we have, you know, we can win. So welcome, Yolian Ogbu.
Thanks so much for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here. So let me start with my first question to you. As I mentioned, you're a member of HOA PALS, which is a member organization of the Black Alliance for Peace. How did this organization come about, and what is the goals or aims of your org?
Yeah, so HOA PALS was created about like in the summer of last year. We kind of had a small group of people from kind of all over come together, and we were all just really concerned about the state of like political consciousness in the diaspora within the Horn, but then also like on the continent itself. So we kind of all came together and we said, well, I mean, we shouldn't waste time and continue complaining that there isn't a space. Let's create this space. So our whole aim with HOA PALS is to use political education to equip cadre to be revolutionary members of our community in the diaspora and in the Horn of Africa. And we aim for the diaspora and the region's political conversations to be shifted from liberalism towards a more like radical consideration and analysis. So what we're doing is building a platform that hopefully seeks to educate the diaspora and challenges us to learn and unlearn, increase consciousness, and learn how to become better comrades for liberation struggles here and abroad. So we know that the focus of this entire space that we're creating, our formation, is on the foundation of political education. But kind of we're working towards potentially building mutual aid networks and collaborating with like-minded organizations, which is why being a member of BAP has been like integral in building this org.
Yes. So just a follow-up question. Can you give an example of maybe a liberal interpretation of situations that are happening in the Horn of Africa or throughout the diaspora versus a radical or revolutionary interpretation?
Totally. So actually a lot of the biggest conversations we see in the Horn right now, which is, I mean, definitely not limited to the Horn, but across the continent, is this talk of like implementing bourgeois democracy. And how I see bourgeois democracy is like us focusing and honing in on, well, we have to make sure we're fighting for specific elections or freedom of speech for the individual, freedom of the press, etc. Which this is not to say that those potential freedoms, quote unquote, are not like necessarily like bad things to have, but we're talking about freedom of speech and freedom of the press to people that are like starving, that don't have like running water, power, all of these things, right? So when this talk of like human rights is really big right now in the Horn, of like making sure that individuals have like the like same liberties and rights as those in the West, which again is like a really big misconception for like all Black people. We like find that they love to talk about human rights in the sense of like bourgeois like types of rights, in my opinion, right? But not necessarily like the right to like running water, the right to like being able to have food and like electricity. So those are the biggest liberal conversations being had.
I got you. So what you're talking about is like what Ajamu Baraka has sort of coined as people-centered human rights, as opposed to this sort of liberal regime of individualism. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay. So HOA Pals recently launched the Shut Down AFRICOM Somalia campaign, and you all have an event coming up on this Saturday, March 13th, as a matter of fact, so you can speak about that. But can you explain the role of the U.S. in Somalia, the role of AFRICOM in East Africa more broadly, and why is it necessary to be taking up this campaign right now?
Yeah, for sure. So firstly, to speak to why we're doing this now, I mean, just as of recently, like the Biden administration decided to just launch some airstrikes in the beginning of Black History Month to, I guess, commemorate Black people, which is just incredible, I guess. Yeah. But we decided to, specifically over this campaign, to give a little bit of context. So obviously kind of BAP has really been big about launching the Shut Down AFRICOM campaign as a whole. But we wanted to hone in a bit on AFRICOM's presence within the Horn of Africa. So obviously the U.S. ruling class continues to defend the existence of AFRICOM on the basis that like it stems from this rise of extremist organization in Africa, right? But we wanted to point to the fact that like the Pentagon has been in Somalia long before like this organization has even existed, AFRICOM, right? Because in 2001, the Bush administration dispatched the CIA and a bunch of like Special Operations Command to Somalia to support all of these warlords in hunting down and killing of Islamists, which again, we can get into like the semantics of what do they deem as like extremists, terrorists, etc. But the Bush administration began an undeclared war in Somalia, launching all of these airstrikes as part of the nation's imperialist expansionist effort, as per usual. And they referred this to the war on terror. And notice that like during that time, we saw a lot of propaganda in like Hollywood, as like people were talking about like all of these Somali pirates, having all these movies about an incredible like U.S. military, like really trying to defend these like their honor and things like that. And so that was something that was brought up that was strategic. But these drone and airstrikes were and are conducted by AFRICOM, which was established in 2007, right? And later expanded under Obama. So since then, we've seen over like hundreds of thousands of Somalis displaced and thousands of Somalis actually murdered as a result of these drones, cruise missile strikes, etc. But so on top of the fact that they're already launching all of these things in response supposedly to terrorism, there's clearly an interest in terms of like Africa's natural resources. So AFRICOM, obviously we'd like to say, is ushering in this like a scramble for Africa, basically redefined. And in the case of Somalia, the oil corporations of Europe, the US, and Canada are engaged in the search for like petroleum. So if we know that Somalia's coastline is on the Indian Ocean and is an access point to the Arabian Peninsula, and we also have like the Red Sea, this particular area is significant geopolitically for the control of like shipping lanes, but also primarily for energy resources and the military. And because Eritrea is not letting up, they're not allowing any U.S. bases near that country. And considering Eritrea technically controls like the Red Sea, they have had to find other forms of like control in the area within the Horn. So that's the biggest thing that's going on within AFRICOM's presence in East Africa, and they're only trying to, I guess, heighten their presence.
And this is in combination with the conflict that's ongoing in Ethiopia currently, right? And the U.S. machinations are all up in that. That's another conversation, but it's U.S. imperialism is relentless, right? And so we need to be equally relentless with our anti-imperialism. So Thank you for illuminating that. So switching gears a little bit. On a recent BAP webinar, I believe it was in February, you mentioned the quote influencer industrial complex, and I just love that term, right? And how youth activists are pushed into a neoliberal pipeline that undermines their radical politics. So what has been your experience with this whole effort to, the neoliberal pipeline? And how can young Black radical activists and organizers combat the effort to sort of de-radicalize them?
Yeah, for sure. So this is really, really important for me because I always say this. I was so close to kind of being, and I don't necessarily just like, y'all already shouted her out, so like the Amanda Gormans of the world, right? Like someone who is tokenized and used by the empire in order to like exact their interests, and they could care less about my community. So specifically with me and how I see it. First, I kind of want to give a shout out to all the like radical orgs and community orgs that like, despite the fact that like they have to battle all of the like gentrification and segregation and things like that that's happening in college towns and stuff, they continue to find ways to radicalize students, which is incredible. But that's never really like something that as soon as you become like a college student, I'm speaking for college students, like when you go to orientation or when you're like in this college town, that's not immediately accessible or open to you. So you're seeing like campus as like a euphoric, like city in and of itself, and you're looking for opportunities within campus to be involved, right? And mostly, especially for people who want to get involved politically. So they end up joining like a college Democrats organization, or maybe a DSA. So this
NAACP. I was a member of the NAACP campus chapter before I became the president of Black Student Government. So it's true. Yes.
Yeah. So you're presented with those opportunities, and you're like, this is a way to get involved. So when you get to that point, then like as soon as you find there to be a problem with the way these organizations are engaging, like you notice you're like, this is kind of sus, like the things that we are potentially like wanting to quote unquote fight for. And I'll give an example for myself. I mentioned that I was student government president this past year. I came in and I ran a campaign that was like, I would say the closest to being like policy focused. It was probably one of the first campaigns that decided to address or attempt to address this idea of wage, labor. Like we were like, we need to increase the minimum wage. Like, why are we getting paid $7.25? Like that is literally trash. So we were talking about that. And I was like, so I ran this campaign telling everyone like, we deserve to get paid more. And I was one of the first people to talk about like race disparities in terms of accessibility to services and things like that. Then, I got elected. Awesome. And I'm finally in those spaces and I'm like, I want to make good on the promises that I made. I go to those spaces, I start talking to them as if I feel like I have the power. Like I thought that like I had power. And I was met with like outright, like flat out no's, like we don't have money. We don't have any of these things. And then I started to realize that like I was getting used for like the next few months. And in the way that I was getting used is I was invited to all of these like dinners with alumni and like all of their donors, and they said, look at
they're parading around their like Black student body president.
Exactly. So I got to a point where I was like, well, okay, I have to decide, do I keep shucking and jiving, or do I actually like resist? And I, realized there was an incident that happened on our campus that like forced me to make that conclusion early on. I realized I need to resist because that's like completely antithetical to what I believe in. So then I attempted to like resist. I attempted to be transparent about what was happening with administration. And I essentially got like blackballed. It was really, really difficult to move within those spaces. I was told I was like a difficult person, all of these things. But then I noticed in other organizing spaces that I was in, that like if you choose not to resist and you choose to be a part of the system as a way in this idea that you're going to make change, you get rewarded. I was punished, but there were people, my peers, that were getting rewarded for also outing me. They were putting students, right? Like, for example, in NAACP and other orgs, that as long as they were another Black face that actually listened to them, and weren't willing to like challenge them on issues of like what's happening with the custodial staff. Why are they're not getting paid as much? I started making these connections, and they were not having it. So then I saw what was like these students that were actually like I said, like shucking and jiving. They continued to get rewarded in like having recommendation letters from administration, getting invited to a lot of other things. But this is kind of a smaller example to speak to how I see this happening on a national scale. So I know that young people have been engaged in organizing efforts for forever, but I would say that this idea of the influencer, like industrial complex for youth activists didn't start personally till white people started trying to do this shit. So like, for example, March for Our Lives was a pivotal moment in being able to commodify activism for young people. And I'll specifically speak to that because we noticed how when they started talking about gun violence, they started talking about it obviously with schools and specifically for white students. But then they realized once it was getting to a national scale, we're like, we need Black people to make it look equal. So they brought in some Black people that were willing to basically be the face for them. Once that happened, these Black people were getting invited to do these talks. They were getting brand deals on Instagram. And if you think about it, these people that in these spaces that I was engaged with, for example, were getting brand deals talking about wear sustainable, like items of sustainable clothing to combat climate change. Meanwhile, those pieces of clothing were made by like Bengali children for $2 an hour. Like I don't, so there's no class analysis. There's nothing. It's because we're just a bunch of sheep that are being herded into a direction that we feel like because we're not educated and because we are told we don't have to read, that we don't have to like engage with older folks, that we are, really, we can do things on our own. We continue to like remake the same spaces that folks in other generations have already been doing the work for. So we notice a lot of like mini nonprofits like come up that are like youth led as like a cool slogan. And that's what continues to like become the commercialization, I think, of activism. And I know that it's happened for a long time, but with Gen Z and with like this idea of like viral moments, it's happening more and more. People go viral for saying like one good thing, and then all of a sudden they're lauded as like the next like Asada Shakur. Like it's actually criminal, like the way that they make these connections. So it's really a problem. It all stems from political education. We're not educated yet, and we're not willing to be educated because we're getting all these rewards for not being educated.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because you're being miseducated. So these are people who have formal training, and it's funny. There was a comment on the prophetess Jackie Lukman. We'll talk about her in a second, but on her Instagram about being autodidactic. And so, somebody had commented that, a lot of our people are autodidactic. And I commented, I'm formally trained, but I'm also autodidactic because I have to guard against the miseducation. And I have to learn so many things on my own. So it's interesting that, the formal education system is actually creating the conditions for the lack of education in the critical areas like challenging imperialism, neocolonialism, capitalism, and being able to actually spot the influencer industrial complex and those sorts of things. So, so thank you. That was extremely illuminating. And I hope that your peers are taking note. So finally, why Pan-Africanism, right? And why Black radicalism? Why are they urgent in these moments? Why have you committed yourself to these principles? And why do you think that other young people should do so when clearly it's more lucrative, right? You can get your kids or your vans or Toms or whatever, you can sustainable capitalism like that. If that's the wave, why Pan-Africanism and Black radicalism?
Yeah, so that's a great question. For me, I think that the biggest reason why I wasn't able to, get into those spaces and feel okay with being in those spaces is because I had to look at my family every day and being able to engage with them in discussions. And for a little bit of background, my family was from Eritrea, and our Eritrea was officially liberated and independent as a country in 1991. So literally 8 years before I was born, they were fighting a 30-year armed struggle, and they were a revolutionary Marxist organization. So it's weird talking to like my family and like my cousins and aunts and uncles who have like literally fought for like self-determination and fought for like these rights that they know that they have, and in such an amazing way, and being able to like use those stories and use that as a way to like climb the social ladder. I got to a point where like it just I couldn't sit with myself knowing that that's what I was doing. So specifically for like why Pan-Africanism, it's kind of gotten to the point for me where that's literally the only answer I have for a lot of people saying, well, what do we do? What do we strive for? And a lot of times I've noticed that like, especially as a student, and in a lot of like these like young spaces that are like Black student unions and like African student organizations, things like that, who have radical history behind them, like in the ways that they engaged for like decades ago, which is beautiful, but has like become so pacified since then. And I noticed that Pan-Africanism in this way for so long has been part of like this bigger commercialization of our culture. And it's been reduced literally to like wearing ankh and like talking about, well, you know, we are like true Africans, like we need to go back to Africa. That's the way that we solve all of our problems. I like couldn't sit there in good faith and just allow like that to happen. So I think for me, Pan-Africanism is quite literally the answer, but also it's about telling everyone that Pan-Africanism is a political objective. It's something that like we're working towards. It's this process of like economic unification, and all of these problems that we're facing here and abroad have to do with the economic organization of the continent. And that has been the biggest thing that I think people are missing out. But at the end of the day, Pan-Africanism is the answer because we need a cultural revolution. Like that is what we're missing. And I know people have talked about this for so long, but I see students, especially my peers, like they're eager and they want to be able to engage in these things. So I feel like if I already am starting to read on everything, why would I hoard this knowledge from other folks? So definitely, I think Pan-Africanism is that. It needs a big revival in like, personally, I think in our culture. It's always been there, but it's just been so diluted. So.
So who are you reading? Who are the Pan-Africanists that are inspiring you right now?
Actually, so our group is reading The Invention of Ethiopia. I don't know if like that's something that y'all have heard of, but it's a really great book that like talks through and delineates like what actually happened in Ethiopia and how colonization has really like affected essentially like the formation of the states there. So those are the big things. And I think personally, we just also finished How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. So I always have to shout out Walter Rodney.
Of course.
Man. He changed my entire outlook on everything. So just shout out to him.
Yeah. You know, I identify as a Rodneyist. Like, you know, people are like, what does that even mean? It's like, you know, Marxist, Rodneyist. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yo, Leon, this has been such an amazing conversation. Anything you want to shout out? Like, where can people find you? What should people look out for from you, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, y'all can find me on like all social medias, but I would definitely want everyone to check out the PALS like webinar that's happening this Saturday. We're going to really talk a lot about what's happening, what it means for AFRICOM to be present in Somalia and how that's affecting all of us around the world. So tune into that on Saturday, and please follow us on like all of our social because we'll have more information about campaigns in the future.
Perfect. We'll have all that information up on the screen. So thank you so much for joining me, and I can't wait to have you back again.
Thanks. I appreciate it. This is dope.
Of course. Bye. All right, y'all. So we have this another new segment called In These Comments that's kind of a riff off of In These Tweets. So Jared, this was your idea. So do you want to explain, All
right. So yeah, to borrow from where you had started us with In These Tweets, I just noticed that in the the comments and chats during the airings of The Last Dope Intellectual are fire, as is always the case with BPM materials. And so I thought it'd be kind of interesting if we went through some of the comments from previous episodes, or in this case, the last episode, and just have you and us respond to them. So there were a couple. One of them is sort of more a point of order that comes from Too Black. Shout out to Too Black, where he said, "Oh, the shit is still going." And I just wanted to point out that after you have an incredible interview segment like the one we just had, the show is still going. So last week, after No Name and Erica killed it in your discussion, there was some confusion when we played, her track Rainforest, which is dope. That was the end of the show. Like, people figured it can't get any higher. Like, they can't go any higher. So I just wanted to quickly point out the show's not over when you finish these incredible conversations. So that was just one point of order for the LDI faithful. So that there's no confusion, because we don't want people to go away just because one dope segment ends. So,
and listen, y'all wanted longer shows, so like, sometimes they might be shorter, sometimes they might be longer, but they've gotten longer as we've gone on. So stay past the 30-minute mark.
That's it. So don't go until it's over. That's it.
Period.
Like let the credits roll. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So on this one, this one, there's a couple here that I wanted, that one of which I wanted to respond to most because I took I felt a certain kind of way about it personally, about this is what I wanted to ask about. You were doing a segment, all of this is related to the Cornel West segment from last show. And you were talking about obviously, where should we all stand in defense of Cornel West? And there's a question here from Baba Lukman that I wanted to have you maybe come back to, where he asks, do you think celebrity cheapens academia? And I thought that was a very interesting question that didn't get brought up. And so I wanted to have you, maybe respond to that real quick here. What do you think about that? Or do you have thoughts about celebrity in academia?
I think so. There's like public intellectual, right? I think that when the public starts to crowd out the intellectual, that's when it becomes a problem. I think that when the celebrity, or when it's sort of celebrity for celebrity's sake, as opposed to, being outward facing so that you can democratize or share your work, I think that that's when it becomes a problem. And then there are quote unquote scholars, which, or I guess just academics who are famous just for being famous. And I think that actually is a problem. At the same time, I do think that having a more outward facing profile over, like when scholars, like people like Cornel West, or even I guess maybe Mark Lamont Hill and others, what their sort of outward facing presence has done is allow for other types of things to count towards tenure, for other types of writing to be taken seriously. Even somebody like Robin Kelly, I feel like he's one of the more principled people who have been doing the sort of outward facing work for a while. I mean, that might be different from celebrity.
Right.
But,
right.
I was having a conversation with Gerald Horn about the Cornel West situation. And I guess I'm of two minds about that. On the one hand, so Gerald said, this situation with Cornel West can bring attention to the ways that politics are used to sort of undermine people's careers, or can be used to, and so somebody like Cornel West will bring attention to the issue in ways that, like, a random like me or whomever else, like, nobody would give a fuck, right? On the other hand, so my response was that, yeah, but the other side to that is that it might be that we only care when it happens to prominent people, and we still don't care when it happens to other people. So there ain't no really trickle down empathy in that way. You know what I'm saying? And so it can really go either way. And so, to make a short story long, in terms of responding to Baba Lukman's question, I think that if celebrity stands in for like doing engaged, rigorous, meaningful scholarship, absolutely cheapens academia. But I do think that there's a way in which people who do principled and relevant work, who have a sort of a prominent status, can help to change some of the biases or elitism in academia.
This other one very quickly was related to part of the discussion you all were having last week in terms of the differences between socialism and democratic socialists. And Marcus Louison, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, said that democratic socialists is basically soft capitalism, that you can't get down with it. And I'm only bringing it up here, obviously, for you to comment on as much as you like, but I wanted to just remind people that in the description of the last episode of The Last Dope Intellectual, this is why I put what I think is classic audio from the debate between the late Amiri Baraka and Bill Fletcher around Manning Marable's work on Malcolm X, because Baraka argues that what was underneath all of that was this difference between democratic socialism and socialism proper, or Marxist-Leninism. So anyway.
But I think that the other thing to understand about the BRC is that everybody was a democratic socialist. It was really a kind of popular front or united front, because people like Abdullah Kalamat and Sundiata Chajua were involved as well. And I hardly think they identify as social democrats. And so you had them alongside people like Barbara Ransby and Manning Marable, who probably are more inclined toward democratic socialism. And so I just don't want to erase the actual Marxist Leninists and the revolutionary nationalists and the other cadres that were there alongside, which is why I had also mentioned perhaps including them in a sort of second edition of that book, because there were different tendencies and different factions. And some argue that might be why it didn't last. Also people like Rose Brewer, so I think that it's not just, the BRC is not just reducible to democratic socialism, even though that might have been the tendency that became predominant. So
no, right on. It's a very good point. This other one comes from back to the Cornel West piece, and this was really the one that touched closest home to me. This because this comes up all the time in popular criticism of criticism of popular academics like Cornel West. Where Mr. Untouchable says he crying about his bag. How come he never worked at a Black university? And there's a lot I would want to say, and we'll one day say more about in terms of HBCUs and Black universities. But I just wanted to quickly say that this is a big, I think, misperception that carries too much in our communities. That this idea that the Black university is this radical space where Black intellectuals can do their thing and impress upon the minds of young Black people. And the other is that there's a misnomer or misunderstanding of what happens to academics within the HBCU experience, and where often you have more teaching loads, you have less funding opportunities, less a lower salary in most cases. So you can't end up producing in the way, both as a public intellectual or as just a highly productive academic at an HBCU in most cases that you can in PWIs. And then, as I often ask people, and I would even ask you this, is that what is the last major intellectual work produced by a Black academic while working at an HBCU? And I struggle to come up with examples, particularly in modern history, of that. So anyway, so that's just something I just want to say in defense of not only Cornel West, but just in general of Black academics who are often criticized, I think, by folks for not choosing to teach at HBCUs. It's not the ideal experience, I think, that a lot of academics hope to have in many cases. So I just, anyway, did you want to, anyway, that was.
Yeah, I would say the last two major works I read from scholars produced at HBCU. One is We Are Worth Fighting For by Josh Myers, which came out in 2019, late 2019, early 2020. And The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power by Jared Ball. I think he's Black. He's awfully light. I think he's Black, who's a professor at Morgan State University. So it does happen.
I appreciate that. Right on. Okay, so right on. Fair enough. The last one is just a quick point that came up during the Black Radical brunch that you and your friends had, which was fantastic, which will be available shortly to everybody to see. And it started with something I said. I just wanted to shout out the rest of the group for picking up on it, because not only did you all in your crew, I think, wonderfully lay out a critique of France that I think they often get away with or away from. But everybody in the chat picked up on it, because I think at BPM we have such a dope audience that they picked up on. So I was happy to see the dragging of France. That I think get too much credit and too much positive discussion, particularly surrounding the Second World War and all of that. But that was it. So I just, those were just some of the comments I wanted to bring to your attention from the last couple of episodes of LDI and LDI related media. So
yeah, France is trash too. It's just like other European or European imperial powers, and they smoke a lot there. Yeah. I see Europe in general, but like that's what, like, the United States is a dumpster fire, but I think we really got on top of the smoking thing. Europe, they did not, and it is disgusting. And so, no shade to people who smoke, but I think
a little shade. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is shade. I don't know why I said no shade, but it's cigarettes. Other things do you, but cigarettes in particular, ugh. So, okay. So keep the comments coming, y'all. Keep engaging in the chat. And you might see your comment appear in these comments. So thanks, Jared, for introducing, for imposing that segment upon my show. All right, y'all. So another new segment. I promise you at some point, all the segments will have been introduced, but this is one I am particularly excited about. It's called Left Disquisition. And so just for, to define key terms, disquisition is a formal discourse or treatise in which a subject is examined and discussed, right? So in Left Disquisition, I want to talk about what's being talked about, discussed, analyzed, commented on, or critiqued on the platforms that I learned from. And this includes Hood Communist, By Any Means Necessary, The Punch Out, Black Agenda Report, Black Agenda Review, Red Nation, the Groundings podcast, and of course, other shows on the Black Power Media Network. And so today I really want to engage with a monologue from the illustrious People's Prophetess, Jackie Luqman, from the other day, from International Women's Day. And this was a monologue she gave on the By Any Means Necessary podcast. So Jared, can you run that track, please?
And today is International Women's Day, first observed by the United Nations on March 8, 1975. Now, while we in the U.S. like to observe the day and the accompanying Women's History Month as a sort of generic catch-all for all the amazing things women have done to contribute to the development of this country, the origins of honoring women's contributions came out of the labor struggles in the 1900s. In 1909, the Socialist Party of America, that's right, the Socialists, designated February 28th to honor the 1908 garment workers' strike in New York, where women protested against unfair working conditions. Then in 1909, the Socialist Party of America issued a declaration that the first National Women's Day be observed in the U.S. on that same day. Then, at the Second International Conference of Working Women, held in Copenhagen, Denmark in 1910, the first was held in Stuttgart, Germany in 1907, Clara Zetkin, the leader of the Women's Office for the Social Democratic Party in Germany, proposed that every year in every country, there should be a celebration on the same day, a Women's Day, to press for the demands for women's rights to work, vote, be trained, to hold public office, and to end discrimination. The proposal was approved, and International Women's Day was established and recognized for the first time on March 19th the next year in Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Switzerland. More than 1 million women and men attended IWD rallies around the world, but there was little to no recognition in the U.S. until the horrific Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911 that cost the lives of 146 Jewish and Italian immigrant women. The acquittal of the owners of the factory, known for their anti-union positions and activities, sparked organizing among and for women workers across racial and ethnic lines in the U.S., which resulted in many of the fire safety laws we still implement in the workplace today. And women continued to engage in the struggle for workers' rights, playing a significant role in the 1912 Bread and Roses strike in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Thousands of mostly female workers engaged in a lengthy, well-organized, and successful walkout, standing firm against an entrenched group of mill owners and their hundreds of militia and police. Workers maintained soup kitchens and nurseries for children. Meetings were simultaneously translated into nearly 30 languages, and representatives from every nationality formed a 50-person strike leadership group. Then in 1917, Russian women began a strike for bread and peace in response to the death of over 2 million Russian soldiers in World War I, and for the fight for Russian women to vote, which they ultimately won after 4 days of strikes when the Russian Tsar abdicated and the provisional government granted Russian women their right to vote. The date the women's strike commenced was Sunday, February 23rd, on the Julian calendar, then in use in Russia. But this day, on the Gregorian calendar in use everywhere else, was March 8th. And that is how we get to today's International Women's Day observation. So International Women's Day is not just about recognizing women's history. It is literally about declaring that a woman's place in history is in the labor struggle. Follow Lukman Nation on patreon.com/LukmanNation for lots of great content.
For lots of great content. I'm sorry, but that last line was bars. And mind you, Jackie Lukman has many amazing monologues. So I highly recommend you catch them at the beginning of each By Any Means Necessary episode. But what I want to say about that monologue, that International Women's Day or International Working Women's Day monologue that Jackie gave, is the way in which it challenges intellectual McCarthyism. And so as she explained, the United States has an uncanny ability to turn every fucking holiday into a capitalist, liberal, superficial, identitarian holiday. And so what Jackie restores to International Women's Day is its internationalism, its roots in labor organizing, its roots in working class and poor women, and its roots in challenging capitalist exploitation and the ways in which corporations and the state they concede nothing without struggle and without demand, and that women have often been at the forefront, and not only women, but marginalized women. So for example, these Italian and Jewish women, immigrant women, who of course are seen as disposable by the state, right? And so I think that Jackie's monologue is really important because it challenges the erasure of, for example, the Bolshevik women who struggled for days in order to get voting rights, and for whom March 8th actually is, we celebrate the day on March 8th because of those particular women, but also the earlier modes of organizing and striking and challenging the system that also created the demand that we actually acknowledge and celebrate women. Right. But not celebrate women in some sort of abstract way, but position them as at the forefront of the most meaningful struggles of our time. And so this is not no girl boss shit. This is not like some abstract, the future is female, but rather, as Jackie said, the place of women is in the labor struggle, which is to say that we as women, right, we are, especially as racialized women, for example, who are often the heads of household, often the breadwinners, and even when we're not, we still have a responsibility to our communities, to ourselves, and to our comrades to be in struggle, to be in organizations, and to be in community. Claudia Jones speaks to this exact issue in her article, An End to the Neglect of the Problem of the Negro Woman, that Black women are at the forefront of struggle because of our particular, what I call structural location, but our particular role in the capitalist mode of production. And so all of that to say, what Jackie's monologue conveys is that these imperialist women, these, mammies of empire, these women who only operate in service of the state and in service of reconstituting our oppression, immiseration, and exploitation, these are not the women that need to be acknowledged on International Women's Day. These are the women that the actual women for whom International Women's Day was founded are challenging. These are the women that they would reject. These are the women that are part of the problem, right? And so I think that it would serve us well to keep in mind the radical, insurgent and militant roots of many of these holidays that too often become reduced to a Hallmark greeting card or some sort of party or whatever. And so, I'm thankful to Jackie for narrating the International Women's Day in that way, because I knew about the Soviet aspect. I did not know about these earlier sort of 1909 roots. And so I'm grateful to always be learning from comrades like Jackie Lukman, but also grateful for the ways in which we challenge the erasure, obscuring, discrediting, and co-opting of radicalism generally, but Black radicalism particularly. Okay, y'all, as I spoke about in the last episode, our first segment of The Doctor's In is here. And so I have a few questions that that both Jared and I will respond to, some really, really good questions. Hey, some of y'all sent some raggedy shit, and so I'm not even going to entertain it, but here are the questions that we're going to talk about. All right. So what's the first one, Jared?
So the first one from Twitter, quote, if we're starting a liberation school and needed to put together a curriculum, what books, movies, videos, etc. would you suggest? That is a very good question and an exciting one, I think.
It's a great question. And of course, I'm going to be typical me. Anything Walter Rodney, but particularly how Europe underdeveloped Africa, that's just standard. I think that's just standard canonical reading. Claudia Jones.
I want to be a Rodneyist too, by the way. I liked how you said that. I want to be a Rodneyist.
Okay, well, get your studying up. One day you too can be a Rodneyist. I'll joke. You're like, whatever. It's just a shorthand for Jones. Black Marxists, right?
Sure.
So another, an end to the neglect of the problems of the Negro woman. I think it does a good job of analyzing triple oppression. I would absolutely, in terms of film, this might be controversial, but I always show it in all of my classes, and that is 500 Years Later, produced by M.K. Asante. I think so. There, and it's a good discussion film because there's a lot of great information, but then there's also some stuff like, what? So it's a way to sort of bring out some of the contradictions of Pan-Africanism and of the different sort of ideologies that permeate, our realities as Black people. I absolutely think that if you want a sort of Hollywood film to analyze and dissect, Sorry to Bother You. Of course, I'm partial to that one because I think it gets into the importance of unions, into class dynamics, and other important issues. I think you should incorporate podcasts. And so, By Any Means Necessary is a wonderful one. Eugene Puryear's new podcast, The Punch Out. What else do I listen to? The Groundings podcast, of course, various things from Black Power Media. Other texts, I would say you have to include some Cabral for sure. I would say some speeches by Maurice Bishop. And in terms of, I think it might be useful to engage with some of the Black feminist scholarship and the different, thinking Black or like intersectionality alongside triple oppression or triple exploitation. But I would say in a broader sense, definitely, you can definitely do it chronologically. So definitely start with also prior to slavery. So start with sort of so-called pre-colonial Africa, I would say, and move through to the present. And also make sure that you have clearly defined objectives for each of the lessons that you're trying to convey. But I definitely would say, don't start with slavery because our history, our culture, our experience does not start in slavery. And definitely be attentive to region, be attentive to different genders, different classes. And, so that's just my sense of when I put together, for example, my syllabi or my curriculum for my courses. That's what I would suggest. But what about you, Jared?
All of that is, of course, great. One of the first things that came to my mind in terms of movies, of course, is the Battle of Algiers. I think that should be on there. I think the less discussed film that does a lot of that work in a Black American context, I think, is the film Uptight. And I've always thought that, not to give it away, but I think it's interesting that Julian Mayfield has to die in that film to be reincarnated, I think, within another 2 years as the Mac. And I think that there's something political and intentional happening there. And if
let me interject one more film.
Yeah, please.
A Great and Mighty Walk. That,
of course.
Single-handedly, that is, when I came to my Afrocentric consciousness, that is single-handedly the movie, A Great and Mighty Walk, John Henrik Clarke. Okay, continue.
Yeah, and I just use that this semester. In fact, almost every semester, and that's why it was unfortunate for me, at least, to see Wesley Snipes and Coming to America too, given that he narrated and funded A Great and Mighty Walk. St. Clair Born, shout out to the late great St. Clair Born as well. Anyway, so that would definitely be on it. By the way, 500 years later, I've used that a lot in my classes as well. I think it's a great discussion starter, even if you find points of criticism. It's great for that. There's so much more. I think all of the traditions of radical Blackness that are described in the works of Dr. CBS and on this show, I think, are a great place to start. The conversations you've already had in the first 5 episodes preceding this one, I think, would be not only great for classroom use, but in terms of offering materials to be used as well. So anyway, those are good places to start, and I'm sure we could keep coming up with more. And I think people who, when they see this, and should add theirs in the comment and chat. And I look forward to seeing what people come up with for that as well, because we could literally sit here for days coming up with great materials. But I think we've certainly pointed people in a great direction for a start. Yeah.
I got to add a few more things. Okay. So on YouTube, there's this channel called Afro Marxist. It is amazing. And one day I will have that curator on this show, because that archive is amazing. It has speeches, interviews, and dialogues with people from Angela Davis to Kwame Ture, to Julius Nyerere, just so many Pan-African and radical thinkers, activists, scholars, organizers. So that's an amazing resource. And Gerald Horne Doy. And the best, the place I'm telling people to start these days is with the trilogy, which is The Dawning of the Apocalypse of Settler Colonialism, and The Counter-Revolution of 1776. Of course, as we talked about previously, it's a octology, really, but those 3 are also very good. Now, you want to take several weeks to sit with each of those texts because they're very dense. You also might ask Dr. Horne to come in and speak about those texts, but I gotta throw in some Gerald Horne just for the culture. So hopefully that was helpful. All right, what's next?
So next, from Dr.-CBS.com is, quote, "Hey, Dr. CBS, in your 4th episode, you talked with a couple of different guests about how you're down on Marx, the man, as recommended reading, especially because of how much Black writers have brought to the subject of Marxism. For someone who's just getting to Marxism, where would you recommend people start instead of Marx? Would it be mostly like Fanon or Cedric Robinson? Or what other kinds of stuff should people be reading if they're still pretty uninformed about Marxism? Thanks, much appreciation. Y'all are killing it at BPM," end quote. And good question, and a correct observation there at the end as well. And thank them for that as in addition. But where do you suggest people go for Black readings of Marx?
Well, I will also, so I'm not against reading Marx, right? And I would say, like, the Communist Manifesto is really accessible in terms of laying out the sort of ideology of communism, especially at that particular historical moment. But I think reading something like Kwame Nkrumah's Neocolonialism, Walter Rodney, again, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And actually, so the homie Olufemi Taiwo actually has like a sort of blog about reading Capital. And so that might be useful. He's a Black philosopher at Georgetown. that might be useful for, he's Nigerian, I guess I should say. So that might be useful for when you want to delve into some of the more, some of the classical Marxist texts, but, and also reading people who are actually like in the parties. And so again, I always recommend Claudia Jones, William Patterson, also the work by Gerald Horne. So for example, Black Liberation, Red Scare, Ben Davis and the Communist Party, where he talks about not only the man Ben Davis, but also all of the different interventions that communists generally and Black communists particularly were making at a particular moment. But again, I don't got nothing against reading like Marx or Lenin or Mao or anything like that. My thing is that, you know, people always critique the Eurocentrism of Marxism as if Black people had not been innovating upon those writings for a very, very long time. You might also read, you know, Amir Cabral. I think there's one of his collections of speeches is Return to the Source. So, you know, those are just, you know, some of my suggestions alongside some of the texts that I mentioned in the previous, with the previous question, like Claudia Jones's and Into the Neglect of the Problem of the Negro Woman. It's because what you're really looking for, what I'm looking for is what are the intersections of like race and class? What are the ways in which these are mutually constitutive, and how is super exploitation, that is to say the form of exploitation that goes above and beyond the exploitation of the white working class, how is that related to issues of imperialism, neocolonialism, warmongering, et cetera. So those are just some, you know, those are some places to start. And also, like, as a friend of the show, Erica Keynes always recommends, read in groups, like read in community. And that's also going to help you get through the more dense and difficult material. But, you know, for me, I just never started with Marx. I came to Marxism through, you know, through Black Caribbean, African, you know, Black American thinkers, and then circle back. And so that was illuminating for me because I saw how it was useful to them. And then it sort of gave me a different way of reading, like the more classical texts like Marx and Lenin. So
all that I think is great. I would just add from my 2 cents quickly that it's interesting because I was encouraged by Black radicals as a young man to read Marx first and Lenin first, to get the foundation of what would later be criticized by the Black writers they suggested I listen to later, focus more on later. So I did try, but to your point, reading in isolation doesn't work, especially with a lot of this stuff. You know, I'm not the sharpest, but I'm no dummy. And you know, reading Marx alone is I wouldn't recommend that beyond maybe the Communist Manifesto. I've struggled with Capital for years. I took David Harvey's online, you know, free web course on Capital, which I found very illuminating. But to your point, he's a white. So I want, you know, I think your suggestion of this brother at Georgetown is I'm going to sign up probably as soon as we finish with this. Because I think Marx is essential. I think he should be read. I think Lenin should be read. But to the point of the questioner, and I think of your work, that's not where you stop and certainly form your own basis. But I think, you know, it's good to struggle with that work. I would also just quickly add, of course, you've pointed these people out and the like, but obviously Paul Robeson. I think people, when you read what they did. What people like Robeson did with Marxism and socialist ideas is maybe not a direct, discussion of Marx per se, but an example. Certainly Hubert Henry Harrison and people like that. Oh, yeah. Harry Haywood. I mean, all these, these folks, look at what, not only maybe what they said specifically about Marx, Amiri Baraka, but what they did with those ideas in the context of anti-colonial pro-Black struggle, I think is essential. So anyway, but those are great questions for sure.
Yeah, and James Boggs, of course, the stuff from the League of Revolutionary Black Workers. All of those things are, various shades of Marxism and Marxism-Leninism and Maoism. The Black Panther Party, of course, and so George Jackson. I don't know how I didn't lead off with George Jackson. Angie D too, whatever. All right, so because to me, I mean, I guess, and I understand, like, elders and people saying start with Marx to anticipate the criticisms. But to me, I start with the criticisms because the criticisms are my starting point. Like, I start with the Black, you know what I mean? And so and again, like, as you were saying, like, what are people doing with, like, getting the nuances of Capital seems just very, or, reading, Grandrisa or whatever, that just seems less relevant to me than, like, what than the sort of path I took. But of course, I'm biased because that's the path I took. And so people might, and I'm a bad Marxist. I'm not even a Marxist. I'm a Rodneyist. So whatever it is.
I think all that's most important. I was just, my path is not, I think, prescriptive. It was just the one I ended up taking. And anyway, a lot should be done. A lot should be done. And I think what you're laying down here with LDI is a great course of sorts for people to follow.
Mm-hmm. Labor theory of value or whatever. I don't know. Oh, Oliver Cox.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
but he's
absolutely.
not, he's not a Marxist. So he's not a Marxist, but he has a particular engagement with Marx and a particular critique and a reading of Marx that, again, sometimes it is more useful to read a synthesis and go back and read the details and vice versa, because you sort of have the language down. You know what I mean? And like you have some familiarity than just starting off with, because Marx is, as Erica has pointed out, like Marx is dry.
and that's interesting. I actually don't find Marx to be dry. I think Marx is exciting to read. I think he's funny, and I think he was a hater. The problem that I have is among many, among many. I mean, because what I love about Marx, he called everybody out and went hard at folks that he thought were wrong, and I think that's something I've always appreciated. But part of the problem to that point is that if you're not schooled, so to speak, in even the histories that he's critiquing, it's kind of hard. It can be hard to follow. So a lot of the criticisms of people he's talking about, I haven't read their work, and I don't know what, so I'm probably missing a lot of inside jokes and details. But anyway, my point only is, as much as I may appreciate reading Marx, I certainly don't think that needs to be the end all be all or the starting point. We didn't mention, obviously, Fanon. We didn't mention Huey Newton. I mean, there's so many other brilliant, I think, criticisms of Marx in the Africana world that bring him to a new level of relevance that I actually think he would have appreciated. But
sure. Yeah, exactly. But of the Marxist works, my favorite always is the 18th Brumaire. Always, always, always. Just, I did a lecture on it that I keep forgetting about, that people keep randomly finding. But
there's even a great book, letters that between Marx. There's a book I think called Marx and Engels Writing on the United States. It's just letters about the United States, including a letter that Marx wrote to Lincoln, where he facetiously thanks him for freeing the enslaved because he freed the white working class of Europe. But in that they explain a lot, and to questioner's point, it's even a simpler way of a simplified version of their own arguments, because it's just more like friendly letters. And one quick point that I think is important in those letters is that they say, look, we only were talking about capitalism because that's the dominant mode of social engagement, or the dominant method by which people engage socially. So they were just trying to figure out the way life is arranged. So their focus on capitalism was because that was the dominant mechanism of the day, and largely still is. So anyway.
And then there's also there's another collection, Karl Marx on the Civil War, which is his writings and letters on the Civil War in particular. And all of these like collections, I think, challenge the idea of like Marx being Eurocentric, right? Or the idea that Marx didn't engage with race at all, which, you have to read for it. And, and that argument, only goes so far. And again, a challenge to that argument is like, well, read the Black Marxists then, because they certainly found something to be useful in him, right? And from actual practical things to like state formation to the more, to the scholars and theoreticians. So, yeah.
It's just a lot of people criticize him, then don't read him, and I find that frustrating. So but anyway, so great question, of course, and I think again, what you're doing here is a great response to the question.
All right, okay, last question. What we got?
So last question starts off, I am a graduate student of Morehouse College and a current student of NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. I was inspired by a conversation you had with Jared Ball about Judas and the Black Messiah to write a review of the movie. Out of habit, I'll typically write a paragraph or two about movies I watch, but given the complete and utter erasure of the BPP's politics in this movie, I ended up writing about 10 pages with citations critiquing the movie. What is the process of publishing scholarship such as this? It feels too long to be published in a blog, but more people would see it that way. It feels like it could fit in an academic journal of some sort. However, I'm not familiar with that process, and hiding the critique of the movie behind a paywall would defeat the whole purpose of writing it. The working title of the piece is Judas and the Black Messiah, something involving FBI and propaganda. In it, I'll critique the film aesthetically, then place it in the context of the Hollywood military-industrial complex and argue that there is a deliberate overemphasis on aesthetics and erasure of the actual BPP politics. If you would be open to offering critiques on the piece or forwarding me to more sources on the party, that would also be appreciated. So in other words, I think the question here, well, end quote. And I think the question here then, just to summarize it, is how do you determine where to publish something you've written? And what do you think that this person here should do with something that is roughly 10 pages and with citations, but that they don't want to hide behind a paywall?
Yeah, so I think, so I mentioned this before, but some of Gerald Horne's advice to me was to use every part of the animal. So I think, I think that if you publish it as a blog post, you should also publish it as a peer-reviewed journal article because you're an academic. And so I've never written a blog post that was not part of a broader peer-reviewed work, or that wasn't going to be expanded into a peer-reviewed work, just because it's the same when I do. So usually when I write like a chapter for like an edited collection, that is usually a longer journal article and then a shorter blog post too. So it'll be like a sort of tripartite thing, because the edited collection chapters don't always count for anything, and because they can take 100 years to come out, et cetera, right? So all of that to say, I think that you can publish this as a blog, like whether it's with the Black Agenda Review, whether it's with Hood Communist or some other blog. And if it's 10 pages, you can probably publish it as like a part 1, part 2, part 3. So you'll need to find natural breaks in your argument. And then it'll probably be shorter when you take the citations out. So with the blog post, as you likely know, you do hyperlinks. The second thing, and I think that you also can, maybe publish it in like, maybe you can, submit it to the Black Scholar or Souls or or a Black Studies journal. I'm not as familiar with performance studies journals, but I think that that's also viable as well. But doing both it'll give you the sort of outward facing engagement on the one hand, but then it'll also sort of, your labor will go toward tenure. If you're planning, to be in academia, doing a peer review journal article will lend toward, helping your career progress in particular ways. And it's actually really impressive, although much more common now for graduate students to have peer reviewed journal articles. The other thing that you can do is look for, there are all these different types of calls for edited volume collections. And most certainly there will be one on Judas and the Black Messiah, because that's the nature of the beast. That's what we do. We make everything into something in academia. So that's another thing you can look for. But I think that you're asking the right questions in terms of thinking about like where you want it to circulate, who you want to be in conversation with, and who you want to engage. And so, but in a sense, it seems to me that the blog post is what you're leaning toward. You're just worried about length. So again, you can publish it as like a series of posts, like either like over 3 or 4 weeks or something, or just they can just break it down some way. So that would be my feedback.
I think a lot of it goes back to the conversation we had last episode about Dr. West and tenure. And I think it has to do with what this person's career interests or goals are, if they're looking for tenure, and then what the criteria for tenure happens to be at whatever institution they're trying to get tenure at. So, because some institutions, frankly, would look well upon a popular blog post, as popular public scholarship. Some administrations actually tell their faculty that they would prefer popular public scholarship to peer-reviewed journal articles that nobody sees. So oddly enough, that is sometimes the case, depending on. So it's just case again specific, and what this person's interests actually are. If they just want it to be popularly seen, then they should maybe do the blog route that you suggest, and get it out there. But
yeah. Oh, and it's something that's in between the two. A peer-reviewed journal article and a blog post is a popular venue like Dissent or Boston Review or even Monthly Review or something of that nature, which is sort of in between.
Now, how do those work though? Do they have to solicit you? Do you have to be solicited for that, or can you just reach out to an editor there and say, "Hey, I have something I would like you to check out"?
I think that people just submit things all the time. as you know, full disclosure, like generally speaking, when I publish in those venues, they have somebody has recommended me or they have reached out to me. But many people just submit writings, and if it's really good, or there's a whole round of editing that goes with that as well, which is is what it is. But yeah, so you can definitely just submit to those venues, and so that's another route. Jared. You're making me seem like I'm the labor aristocracy. Like,
so what I would,
they just submit
to full disclosure, because I think this is a good conversation for us to have, because we're at, I think, different ends of this academic spectrum where I'm not invited, and I think justifiably I'm not, I'm justifiably not invited in the same way you and others are to publish in certain spaces. And I have had to reach out and look up the guidelines and submission guidelines and try to find the friendly editor or whatever, or just to have an ear for what you're suggesting. So I think, again, not knowing this person's exact location on that spectrum and not knowing their exact interests, that is something that has to be considered. I think you and others have earned justifiably the recognition and the right to be invited by certain more prominent venues for your thought. I mean, honestly, I think that's the case. And I think there's a lot of other brilliant minds out there that deserve it as well. But in terms of who gets targeted, I think you are in that group that deserve it for sure. Others, I don't agree necessarily deserve it, and I think we've been critical of some of them here on this venue, but this platform. But again, I think it is important to recognize that there are those of us who are on this other end of the spectrum, and we have to find ways to get work out and get our tenure on if that's what we want, or to get our popular publication on if that's what we want. And the differences are, important to I think recognize a little bit, pay attention to. So.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to reach out to people too. So if you happen to know somebody, even if you don't know them, like one thing about me, I'm gonna email somebody and not think twice about it. I don't care. Like if I want them to be on my show now that I have a show, or just if I just want to be in conversation, I'm gonna email somebody and the worst thing they can do is not respond or be horrible in their response, in which case they just go on the vendetta list and I'll circle back to it. But most people are not. I mean, that hasn't been my experience, but or if you know somebody. So for example, let us assume you want to publish in Boston Review. You might reach out to not me, because I really don't have clout like that, but you might reach out to somebody else and just ask them, how get their advice on how to publish. So let's say like Washington Post, for example. I've never published there. You might reach out to somebody that who's published there and say, what are the next steps? And I don't have an agent. I don't have anything like that. It's not like that at all, y'all. So like, yeah. So all of that to say, like, don't be afraid to like reach out to people and sort of like, workshop your work or whatever. So
right on. Hey, if they reached out to you, who should they be afraid to reach out to? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely reach out to me.
I'm saying.
Reach out to Jared. So you said at the end of this, if I would be open to offering critiques, Jared would probably be somebody who's better at offering critiques, because I haven't seen the film. So like, what critiques can I offer? Right. And also Jared is a movement man. Like Jared is in them streets in ways that I don't be doing nothing. That's not true anymore. I am in Black Alliance for Peace, but
you are in the streets.
I'm in these.
I'm in these streets. I would like to see it. I'd like to see it. So I invite this person to send it to me, and then and then I'll run it by you for the stuff I don't understand.
Oh my God. But the other thing too, when in terms of readings, this is just a general thing for sources. Make sure that you all are doing your own search first. Start with the simple Google search or if you're an academic, you have access to JSTOR or Google Scholar. Do your first levels of research first before you ask other people. So put your own effort in. And then if there's something that you can't find or next steps, then ask for further sources. But don't that's sort of like outsourcing your labor. Don't do that. Look first and then circle back.
Good suggestion.
Okay.
The one thing that came to my mind is that I think you should also, because this is a mistake I've made, I think you should also look into at least a little bit the person you're asking for help from. So beyond just knowing that they're in a certain location, I think it's important to know a little bit about their work when you reach out to them. If for no other reason, academics have egos, and when you're reaching out and saying, basically I'm ignoring your work to get you to help me to get to someone else or to get somewhere else, people have so it's better if you say, look, I appreciate your work on the subject. Maybe you can help me. I think that's a better approach. And if you're aware of their work, it helps you get them to respond in the way you want them to.
Yeah. So do a little bit of labor on your own first and then circle back. All right, y'all. So that was our first the Doctors In section. Keep the questions coming. You can send them to dr-cbs.com/contact. Tweet me at BlackLeftAF or DM me on Instagram at BlackLeftAF. And remember, no goofy shit. But if I don't get to your question, that doesn't mean it was goofy shit. Just use your best judgment. Okay, y'all. So what I'm on this week, I just want to give a very brief recap of my writing retreat, which I did last week with my dear comrades, colleague, friends, Dr. Takia Harper Shipman and Dr. Layla Brown Vincent. And so we were gone for about 6 days, and all of us were working on our respective projects. And so part of what we did before we even went on the writing retreat was we hopped on a call and decided, okay, what is it that we want to accomplish at the end of the retreat? And then we set a schedule for each of the days. Now, we didn't always stick to that schedule, but we definitely wanted to have a plan of action when we arrived and when we started to get to work. And so even if you're doing a writing retreat on your own, even if you just stay in your own home, it's very, very important for you to think about your goals and think about your objectives. So like, what is it that you're trying to complete? And what is it that you want to have completed at the end of each day? And also pay attention to, whether or not it's realistic for you to go through, to write for 8 hours, or if you need to do 2 hours, take a break, 2 more hours, etc. So pay attention to your own writing process, because something that me and the girls discovered was that we needed to work for 2 or 3 days and then have a day off in the middle, and then work for 2 or 3 more days so that we can sort of refresh and rejuvenate and go to the beach or do whatever it is that we're going to do and then get back to work. And so when we do this again, that's something that we'll take into consideration. And so for myself, I wanted to finish the theoretical framework and fill in some of the details in the second chapter that I'm working on. And so I definitely got that accomplished. And particularly what I was building out was this section on true Americanism and the ways in which this idea of true Americanism and its enunciation through democracy, citizenship, and individualism are rooted in anti-radicalism and anti-Blackness. And so I was gathering some sources and just sort of building out that particular argument, specifically the ways in which democracy, the word democracy actually just means sort of, it's really just a sort of metonym for Americanism and a metonym for this sort of rugged individualism. It actually doesn't mean very much, which is why, for example, this discourse of democracy that the United States uses as a guise to invade other countries is simply that. It has nothing to do with enfranchisement. It has nothing to do with actually running quote unquote free and fair elections. It has everything to do with like a will to militarism. And so really unpacking democracy and how this particular notion of democracy is actually meant to keep Black folks and to keep radicals out of this whole idea. And it's rooted in that subjection. So anyway, so that's what I was working on. And I didn't get quite as much done as I thought that I would, because we took a little bit more time off than we had anticipated. But in a general sense, I feel like the retreat was really important because, number one, like, I live alone and I had been spending a lot of time in isolation, and I hadn't actually traveled since like March of 2020. So it was basically a year to the day since I had traveled. And it was really important in that regard to just have some like actual, human connection over a few days. And it was also good because it got me working for a block of time each day on the book to just get back in the rhythm of doing that. And the other thing that I did was kind of cleared my schedule so that I still had a couple talks, couple interviews and some other stuff, but I was mainly focused on writing the book. And so what that reminded me is that I really need to keep my schedule clear, and I really need to stop piling on all of these other engagements and all of these other side projects so that I can specifically focus on the book, because when I only have that to focus on, I'm far more productive. My mind there's actually just more margin and space in my mind to work on the book project. And so that was a very important reminder, and just getting into the rhythm of setting up my day around writing. So we would wake up, do yoga, have breakfast, do some writing, take a break. So either take a walk or something, or just, chop it up, and then do another section of writing. And that's actually a really productive setup for me. So I really recommend the retreat model, whether you block out 3 days or even just do 1 day. It's something that I did a lot actually last summer. Was I would just do writing retreats on my own. Sometimes I would do it virtually with people online, but just set out a long block of time, set my goals, and then gather all the materials that I needed and just really sit down and write. And so it's been difficult. Like throughout the pandemic, I've spoken previously about struggles with productivity because I'm not used to writing in my home. But like that retreat model, whether it's a reading retreat, which I can talk about another time, or a writing retreat, is really has really been productive. So, that's what I'm on, just trying to keep the momentum from the retreat, continue to work on this chapter, and continue to move this book forward. So, all right, y'all. So that's what I'm on for this week. But all right, Jared, do you have any closing thoughts?
Only that this was just another great episode. I think we covered a lot. I think you covered a lot. Your guest conversation was, again, fantastic. And again, congratulations on another dope episode, number 6.
Number 6. And y'all, 6 is my favorite number. It's such an important number to me. I'll talk about that perhaps someday. But anyway, all right. So what did we do on this episode? Jared and I shot the shit about whether the niggerati should be exempted from racism and how we should feel about it when they sort of, insert themselves as the paragon of suffering. In the class and session segment, I had a conversation with the dope, amazing, brilliant Yolian Ogbu about HOA pals and about how young activists can avoid the influencer industrial complex. We talked about, Jared's imposed segment in these comments. We addressed some of y'all comments in the chats, which was actually really dope. I introduced a segment, Left Disposition, where we listened to the People's Prophetess, one of my greatest teachers, Dr. Jackie Lukman, and her segment on International Women's Day, and I offered my thoughts on why it was important. In the Doctor's Inn, we answered, again, some of y'all questions over a range of subjects, not least sort of what does a Black liberation curriculum look like? And then, what I'm on, I talked about my writing retreat and, what was accomplished, and, just, go on a writing retreat if you can. It's always productive. That's our show for this Friday evening. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I'm Dr. CBS. That is Dr. Jared Ball, and we are signing off.
All in some respect, I don't think we talk about this enough, how we saw this influx of resources in the wake of George Floyd that in respects made it harder for people that were already doing that work, because then they had to compete with organizations that just showed up out of nowhere and were getting access to those resources, right, that were being distributed. And I think jail support was in some respects one of them, but they also were shut down because all they were fucking doing. Oh, can we curse? That's right. I forget.
I can't even dignify that with a response. I'm gonna eat my blueberries.
That's right. But all they were fucking trying to do was give people free food, water, resources when they got out of prison. And that by itself was threatening enough that the police would raid them every day and shut them down just for trying to give resources to people. So I just want to highlight, I like to highlight some of these types of local organizers that exist at the nexus of like the prison industrial complex, health, right? And these concerns that often get overlooked in some of the organizing that's been taking place, right? But there are people that have been doing this shit. And in fact, their work has been made even harder because of all the light that's been shed on and the attention seeking, right? That's kind of come out of the post George Floyd, Breonna Taylor moment.
Well, that reminds me of old girl, whatever her name, the Tamika Mallory, whatever, moved to moved to Kentucky to after the Breonna Taylor situation, and this was supposed to be seen as, where is it, Lexington? Where is that?
Yeah, in Kentucky.
Yeah, as Louisville. There you
Mm-hmm.
go. As if this is. There's just so many murders and shit that it's so sad that all of it kind of like runs together, the the locations and stuff. But like that was supposed to be seen as a good thing. But it's like, these professional activists and organizers who are not necessarily rooted in any particular community then come and parachute in, as you're saying, sort of hoard the resources or come and try to direct shit. Like I was having a conversation with one of my great friends, Crystal Strong, who's part of BLM Philadelphia, and she was mentioning the same thing, that like this is a problem. And so part of having, I think, a particular ideology and orientation is that you understand like that shit ain't it. Like you don't come into somebody's community and just parachute in, like, you know what I mean? Like that's not solidarity, and that's not the work. And having some self-awareness about that, because even like y'all know I'm hard on the academics because I am one, but it's like academics do this shit all the time, or they don't do shit on the ground, but then want to write about some shit or analyze some shit as if that's the work. And then, and essentially like that's profiting off of the labor of others. Like and it's also, it can be distortions. Like you didn't talk to nobody, that sort of shit. And it's like, all of that is like, that's whack. That's not the work. That's self-aggrandizement. And I think that we absolutely don't need any of that, period. Yes, very elitist and very problematic. Yeah, it's that behavior that turns people want to be involved. People mentioned PSL. I do want to lift up Ujima. The Ujima party is, somebody else mentioned it in here, and of course Erica is a member, and it's a Black workers-led party. So it's not as if we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? And that's the other thing too. That can be a very capitalist and neoliberal logic when you feel like you have to found 100 organizations or 100, like we don't need to do that. We can consolidate our power and just join and support people who already have laid the groundwork in particular ways. Like we don't need to have 1,000 things, right? 1,000 things with 3 people in it. That's also not, that's also not very productive. So Ujima People's Progress Party. Tamika, Mal. Listen, Tanya. We need Tanya here at the brunch.
Oh my God.
So, anything else y'all want us to talk about? That's basically, those were the main talking points.
I mean, you have to have a little bit of rigidity, some ratchetness in a bunch.
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, that's part of the. So, listen, y'all. I'm just respectfully requesting that we critique the people who fuck up brunch, but like, we don't have to reduce that to brunch itself, because I really feel like brunch gets a bad rap, but it doesn't have to be. It's a meal, right? It's a meal where it might, it's the middle of the day, day drinking, and radical conversation. So it's like, do we have to continue to? We can drag the back to brunch crowd, but again, that's on them. That's not on brunch. We don't need a gangbang on brunch. Like, brunch didn't do anything.
But we would be remiss if we did not say 2 things. 1, #Free Marvin.
#Free Marvin.
And second,
Lucy
what?
London.
I was gonna say Steve Harvey. It's an official. Let the drag begin.
If you don't get that rug-lipped, bald-headed, Mr. Potato Head, baggy suit, grind or die, motherfucking ashy elbowed, big teeth, them teethuses.
Listen,
Steve Harvey
the whole week has been a Steve Harvey dragging session. But we should say why though. It was obviously Steve Harvey is trash.
Period.
I was gonna say, if we have to say why.
Yeah. But it was mostly because for some reason you come back to this grind hard, we can't sleep type of shit, and that logic is detrimental to our health. Yeah. And the problem is we have too many people following Steve Harvey for relationship advice, which I have no fucking idea why, because it's not like he has any success in that department. Let alone, I mean, even his fucking like grind hard. It's such a fallacy. Like this notion that you only need, first of all, you need sleep, and particularly in this COVID era. Okay, two things beyond the vaccine, whatever you're talking about that. You need your vitamin D, you need your sunlight, and you need your rest. Yeah. So this grind culture is some bullshit, and you need to get as much sleep as you can possibly get to make sure you don't contract that shit. On top of that, just beating back that logic that like we do not have to always be working. It is necessary to cultivate joy and laughter. And that I think is back to your point about brunch. Brunch is one of these things. It's a pause. It's a way of being that allows us to share with each other with beyond that sort of logic, right? Yeah. So, but yes, Sharice, she been dragging Steve Harvey out
amongst others. Yeah. But yeah, Steve. I mean,
we all have. We can't even just put that on Sharice. We like took turns.
We tagged in. We tagged in. Listen, he's the new goat. Y'all, it's a lot of things going on. But that's the conversation for another day. But people is getting called out for things as they should, right? That's all I'm gonna say. People is circulating, people are moving institutions or whatever, and people are not taking kindly to that. Like, I feel like I really appreciate like the younger generation standing up and being like, don't dump your motherfucking trash over here. So that's a conversation for another day. Mm-hmm. But back to Free Marvin.
Free Marvin.
So, do we want to explain this joke? So that's the other thing. It's like
kind of like Free Marvin, but
okay.
But the joke stemmed from something very serious.
It was.
Yeah. What was this?
Because we were talking about how like
colonizing
Mars, right? Like, damn, our situation in the U.S. as Black people, understanding how just depraved and fucked up white people are, that we even sympathize with the possibility of life being on Mars and then them being enslaved and colonized. And
terraforming. So it's Marvin the Martian, right? And so it's like, damn, Free Marvin, like because you know these white folks ain't going to Mars for anything other than their civilization project, which is always violent, exploitative, oppressive. So it's like Free Marvin.
Free Marvin.
Period. We already know what's coming. So anyway. And then what was the other one? Lucy and them.
Lucy, yeah.
You know. Anyway.
That was just passing.
That was just passing. So y'all, how about Jay-Z saying he comes from the tradition of Robeson? I will slap the motherfucking 444 out of Jay-Z's ass if he ever fixed them live to talk about Paul Robeson. Like, sir, Paul Robeson would have snubbed you, would have made a speech about you. I think actually Paul Robeson probably would have pulled you aside and try to have a conversation, and then would have commenced to roasting you, like Paul Robeson and Jake. And then wasn't that old girl Lena Waithe that tried to compare Daniel Kikuya
is a self-hating somebody.
She tried to compare Daniel Kikuya. She said he's the modern day Paul Robeson. It's like David Kaluuya. What did I say? Whatever.
Daniel
him.
Wow.
But that's on her. That's not on him.
That's not on him, but it's like, I just wish people, it's like, here's the other inside joke for members only. Leave Paul Robeson's name out your motherfucking mouth because y'all really ain't reading or they not y'all definitely reading, but these people who are trying to compare themselves or to compare anybody to Paul Robeson clearly don't know anything about Paul Robeson because the comparison is not there by any stretch of the imagination. So keep Paul Robeson out your mouth. How about that? Let's start there. It's 11:30, y'all. Yeah. That's what we got. I still got a little bit of egg left. It's cool. This dry potato with no ketchup. Yeah, but that's okay. Yeah. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let us know if you like this type of, if you like Black Radical Brunch, if we should do it again with, different locations, different guests, different conversations. Keep the conversation going about the members only. It's not settled. it's, you know, if members only feels exclusion, there's a difference between wanting things that are exclusive and things that are exclusionary, right? Wanting to offer something special and above and beyond for our members versus wanting to leave people out. So,
and I think it's not just about even that. It's also that, you know, in order to be able to keep the platform going without having to do it all from ad revenue, you have to have a community that's willing to support it. So if you want to really be about the claims about being anti-capitalist, we have to pull our resources, and part of that is contributing to whatever membership fees of organizations or subscription fees for platforms like this. And so, I mean, I do think, you know, obviously you said the conversation is open, but all those things have to be kept in mind.
Yeah, and become and so it still encourage people to become a member. I don't know that I understand that there's a lot of precarious economic situations, and so it's no pressure. Like, we're not trying to, I don't know, prosperity gospel shit. Like, this ain't going to the building fund. We just trying to do what we can. You know what I mean? So thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah, this was lovely.
Appreciate you. Yeah, and catch the latest episode of the Last Intellectual. Episode 5 it's up. Episode 6 is coming up. I'm gonna have the brilliant and dope Yolian Ogbu of God, what is this? I'm mad I'm blanking on the name of the organization. Erica, help me. I'm like, Ricky, help me. What's the name of it's Horn of Africa, HOA Pals, Horn of Africa Pals, and she's going to talk about the campaign they're launching about getting AFRICOM out of Somalia. So that's going to be a dope conversation, and of course, many other topics. So we're featuring a new segment in these comments, which is going to feature what's going on in these comments and have discussions about that. We're going to have our first set of questions for the doctors in, and I've gotten some questions. Yeah, we'll answer them to the best of our ability. Some of them a little janky, but we'll get to them. So
we're gonna finish the food.
I mean, you know, we'll do. We're not gonna waste it. Don't worry about it. All right.
Nah, because apparently where we staying, they compost humans. That's what the sign says on the door.
Oh, HOA Pals. Thank you, Ricky. Yeah, HOA Pals. All right, y'all. Have a great Saturday, great rest of the weekend, and thanks for tuning in. Yeah, thank you for tuning in.